I'm live. I had to switch over to the JUM account just because, the other account wasn't good. I mean, it was at 8 hours. I had to reset it anyway. I have tennis today. Later on, it's only fucking 20 minutes. It's the bare minimum, too. Oh, I'm so tired, too. Some motherfuckers watching my stream. Uh, Motherfucker will leave. Motherfucker will leave. Motherfucker will leave. Like a bitch. 이십 대 중반. 개웃기네. 항상 접근이 아닙니다. 20대 초반 남자가 갇힌 개주시다. 이거 뭐냐? 문을 여니 조국이 보인다. 19대 문재인 대통령. 21대 조국 대통령. 20대 연상 20대 20살 때 몸값이 애롭고 25살까지 어느 정도 가치를 유지하다. 남자는 쓰임새가 곡하지. 메모가 어쩌고 저쩌고 20살 때도 페이커처럼 게임을 잘해서 돈을 존나 잘 버는 가치가 높은 거고. 왜 이렇게 I don't know why they normalize stuff, stereotype stuff. I don't know. It's weird. 아, 샹. 좋은 여자 만나면 서울 살아야 된다. 이런 건 누가 만드는 거야? 서울 경기도 사는 것의 중요성을 강조하지 않을 수가 없는데, 아니 왜 이렇게 그걸 나눈 거야 하나하나? 정금이도 그러던데 무의식적으로 계속. 샹 왜 그러는 건데? 하지 말라니까. 그게 중요한 게 아니고 부자 세면 그게 적은 그건데 조금 하나짜리 뼈가 가지고 싸우고 있어. 좀 한심해 한국 사람들 보면. 대기업이고 재벌들인데 선생님 말할 노예 부르는 건 재벌들인데 이거 가지고 싸우고 있으니까 한국 사람들 진짜 한심하게 보여. 여기에서 싸우고 있어. 재벌들이고 법을 어기는 사람들, 민주주의 흔들고 법을 어기는 사람들이 그건데 이거 가지고 누가 더 잘났네. 진짜 한심해. 진짜 한심하다는 거죠. 요거 아니 그러니까 중요한 건 대기업 재벌들인데 나라를 지금 말아먹는 건 재벌들이 모노폴리고 뭐 민주주의 현대는 사람들인데 권력을 잡고 있는 사람들이 이거 가지고 계속 급을 나누니까 여기에 손들고 있는 사람들인데 여기에 이거 가지고 차이 가지고 그러니까 그거 가지고 계속 급을 나누고 앉아 있으니까 누가 더 잘났네. 진짜 그냥 참 한심하지. 그러니까 아무것도 안 되는 거야. 참 한심해. 갈라놓는 거죠. 경제학. 얘네들이 원하는 건 몸 좋고 존잘남이랑 연애하다가 돈 많은 후보 ATM이랑 결혼하는 건데 20대 후반 정도의 상태 이상 어떻게든 좋은 남자 보려고 어느 정도의 결혼 시장에 쏟아져 나오는 거. 아 더럽다 좀 여기하지. 법을 존경은 그 개뿌리 존경. 정품이 그 씨발 새끼 안같이 했대. 몸매 얼굴 존나 따지면서 만나야 하는 시대가 왔어. 맞는 말이야 대체적으로. 살면서 놀면 나이 먹고 능력 없다고 버려지고 있고 도태되고 젊어서 공부하면 이미 뒤져져져 답답. 자기보다 성경은 훨씬 많이 여자랑 결혼해야. 대체적으로 맞는 말인 것 같아. 너무 싸우고 있다 이거는. 여기는 들어가지 않는 게 좋겠다. 사실은 맞는데 너무 많이 싸우고 있어요. 그래서 싸우면 빨려들 필요가 없어요. 머리만 아파. 머리 아프기도 하고 사실 있다는 건 인정하는데 어쩔 거야. 피곤해. 피곤해. What was her name? What that bitch's name? 저 비칸가 뭔가. 비칸가 Bika or something like that. Some weird like that. Bkan가 뭔가. 피곤해. I don't care, bro. I'll unwind you, bro. 샹년아. 샹년아. 샹년아, 야, 샹년아. 이거 물린 거 아니야?
쌤 진짜 물렸어요?
아니라고?
나가라고요!
샹년아. 샹년아. 진짜 개노잼이다. 개노잼이다. Grammar misleading.
자신이 없으세요?
이런 쌍년이
별 볼 것도 없지만
이런
쌍년.
쌍년이
전 관심 없어요. 당신 가져요.
이런 쌍년이
회장님 그쪽에서 하세요.
이런
이런 쌍면이. 쌍년. 이제는 녹취록 유출. I'll watch this later. 쌍년아, 쌍년아. 비판적 세력. 쌍년아, 쌍년아. 이런 쌍년아. What is this shit, bro? 미진이네. I don't want to. Pretty tired right now. I don't want that. I want that. I want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. What I do want is change. Change, constant change. Tate said. Teeny weeny. 야, 이 샹년아. 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 야, 이 샹년아. 야, 이 샹년아. Teeny weeny. 아! 비판. Teeny weeny. Teeny weeny. 이 말 비읍 시읍 아, 야, 이 말 좀 혐오스러운. 졸라 싸우고 있. 개웃기다. It's incredibly stupid education. It's modern education as fuck. Elon Musk doesn't know stacks.
If I would have told my son, sit at this table and study for 7 hours a day, he would have lost his mind. We went to a homeschool conference once and he said, Dad, can I take the blacksmithing class? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's take one together. And he really liked it. We've now got an anvil and a small forge at home. And I remember my wife called me up at one point and she goes, hey babe, I'm really happy that Luke loves blacksmithing, but I'm not thrilled when he's pounding on steel at midnight because you gave him a deadline.
Oh, that's
I was left the fuck alone, or I was occasionally lightly bullied by my teachers.
If I would have told my son, sit at the
I was left the fuck alone, or I was occasionally lightly bullied by my teachers. And nowadays, people are like, oh my God, you were abused. No, these kids who are being interfered with all the time, they're abused. I was just told, Grannon, do your fucking work or shut the fuck up. If you're going to be an idiot, get the fuck out of the classroom. And my answer was allowed to be either yes, sir, or no, sir. And if I said no, sir, they kicked me out of school. The end. That was it. Like, people listening to that might be like, it's too harsh. But all the choice these kids have now, they sit in a class and they go, I'm having a something moment. And the teacher has to be like, oh my God, everyone stop doing algebra. Okay, what about the other 29 fucking kids? If the individual has a problem,
Fuck off. This is not even modern education. That's the fucking modern education.
Here's a modern day phone. Recognize it? Here's a phone from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Stay with me. Here's a car from today. And here's a car from 150 years ago. Big difference, right? Well, get this. Here's a classroom of today. And here's a class we used 150 years ago. Now, ain't that a shame? In literally more than a century, nothing has changed. Yet you claim to prepare students for the future? But with evidence like that, I must ask, Do you prepare students for the future or the past?
What is wrong with modern education? The constant tests are a significant part of my job.
I was left.
There's a lot of people that think that because they're bad at school or because they're not interested in school, that they're destined to be a loser.
Yeah.
And that's not true. You can, the problem is school is too rigid. Like regular public school system, sit down, underpaid teacher, disinterested, not really connected with the work. You're not connected with it. You just can't wait to go home and do what you like to do.
Exactly.
And you get this thought in your head like, oh my God, I'm going to be a loser. I mean, that's how I was when I was in high school. I thought I was going to be a loser. There's a lot of people that think that because they're bad at school.
This is right.
There's a lot of people that think that because they're bad at school or because they're not interested in school, that they're destined to be a loser.
This is the truth. Your system doesn't teach about money nor how to think. School system doesn't teach about money nor how to think for yourself. 러시아, 인도, 사우디아라비아, 중국, 러시아. 사우디아라비아? 진짜? What was her name? What was her name, bro? Aiden gets a lot of views. Dude, what was her name, bro? Come, man, babe. Babe, man. Dude, is money everything fake? Is love fake? 하나 상품이지. 솔직히 시장의 상품이지. 솔직히 사랑. 솔직히 사랑. 아이고 피곤하다. Rooney or you or something like that. September 26, 2023. 아 피곤하다. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 이렇게. Rooney. 참 멍청하다 그 정근이 같은데 어떻게 멍청한 존재라고 보냐 지금 이 목숨 위협받게 생겼는데 저는 꼴통들 때문에 아주 꼴통이야 정근이 생각하는 때 저러니까 사람들이 스스로 생각하는 힘이 없네. 생각하는 깊이가 너무 낮다. 전선에 있는 사람들 봐야 돼. 조국, 이재명, 유시민, 이재명. 지금 정치 전선에 있는 사람들. 지금 대한민국 경제, 정치, 민주주의, 법치주의. 지금 제일 근접해 있는 거. 현 상황이랑 근접해 있는 제일 전선에 있는 사람들 봐야 돼. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 역시 이거 뭐야?
Record-shattering $1.34 billion ticket.
I can feel the winning ticket.
피곤해. 실패하면 직구? 뭐.
Bet, like bet, like bet. On lotteries to usually fund big projects that the government wanted to do. In England, they also loved lotteries, and the settlers who wanted to come here to the New World used lotteries to help fund their trip. Eventually, the monarch of England was like, whoa, guys, wait a second.
I have a special feeling about marrying.
Oh, for me.
No, I think I know this marking up.
So here in the US, you've got a bunch of these big, mega, multi-state lotteries, and they're all run actually by the same nonprofit organization. But then you also have these. You've got these little just instant winners. Like I scratch this off right now and see if I win. 10 chances to win? We have to do this right now. Where's a penny? No. 19. That's so sad. Which, let's be honest, no one really knows what that means. I don't know what that means. Like, what is that? 302 million? That's a bigger number than my brain can fathom. So let's do a visualization. Imagine you have 66 bathtubs. I mean, I'm not sure why you need 66 bathtubs. It seems a little bit excessive, but who am I to judge? And yes, I know a lot of you noticed I cut my hair. That's because I couldn't handle not shampooing my little hair, okay? Let's just get it out of the way. I know everyone's been thinking it. Anyway, you've got these 66 bathtubs, and each of them is filled to the brim with rice. 4.5 million grains of rice, in fact. How did we calculate that number? Go to the sources. We actually did an analysis to see how many grains of rice would fit into these bathtubs. 4.5 million. So you've got 66 bathtubs and they're all full of rice. And one of those grains of rice is painted gold. Now, close your eyes, walk through the field, and thrust your hand into one of these 66 bathtubs and pick out a grain of rice, and maybe you found the golden grain. But yeah, those are my odds of winning tomorrow night. Not as fun to think of it like that. And this works even if you buy a ton of tickets or use the same numbers over and over again. None of this really does anything meaningful to change your odds. Mr. Beast did this great video a while back where he bought $1 million worth of scratch-off tickets and lost about 300,000. Okay, so we're done with this part of the video. The lottery exists, it's big, you'll probably lose. We all know that. My bigger question here is, why does the government have a monopoly on this gambling game?
I just so happen to have one.
No, you can't do that. You have to leave it with me, and I'll look after it for you. You can visit it anytime you want to.
Some economists argue that gambling is this natural thing that humans love to do. So if they're going to do it anyway, why not use that as a game to generate revenue for the government? But to me, that begs the question of like, what do they actually use the money for? Luckily, there's data for that. And for an example, let's use this giant lottery called the Powerball. And let's make the numbers easy here. Let's just say that everyone has bought tickets and the big pot has totaled up to $100 million. Like, you know, actually in the ballpark of something that could happen. Half of that money goes to fund the jackpot. So let's just say that $40 million is for the jackpot and the remaining $10 million goes to all the smaller prizes. Okay, but under the hood, something else is going on. If you look at all the billboards for the Powerball at this moment, it will actually advertise it at $67 million for a reason that I will explain in a second. But the point is that only 50% of all the money generated goes to the people who bought the tickets. So the question is, where does that other $50 million go? Well, 6% of that $100 million goes to all of the gas stations and convenience stores and like other businesses who sell the tickets. They get in on some of this. 9% of the $100 million, so like $9 billion, goes to pay all the people and expenses associated with like running the lottery and all the advertising and like the employees and stuff. These are private companies that contract with the government to run and advertise the lottery. That leaves us with $35 million of our original $100 million, which according to Powerball's website goes to, quote, good causes supported by the lotteries. Womp womp. What does that mean? What are good causes? The Powerball website won't tell you much, but we did research into this. And we found that from state to state, the definition of good causes changes. In a lot of states, this money goes to, quote, education. Like in Virginia in 2022, where the lottery money was used to fund almost $780 million of the public education budget. This is good, leveraging humans' obsession with gambling to like fund the education of our children. I'm super into it. Oh, until you realize that, yes, they give all this money to education, but then they reduce the existing budget so that it ends up basically being the same number, which means the lottery doesn't actually give any extra money to the education system. That is so stupid. Oh, and the money isn't even distributed in an equitable way. The funding a lot of time goes towards scholarships, colleges, and ends up benefiting wealthier schools. So yeah, that's what they mean by education. Kind of deceptive, not cool. But then there's other places where the lottery pays for things that we take for granted, that probably never would cross your mind, like in Colorado, where the state spent $14 million on their parks and wildlife in 2019, using profits from the lottery. Or Nebraska, where they used the money to fund like their state fair. Who would have guessed? Oh, and this is a good one. In Minnesota, they've spent over $51 million of lottery profits to fund organizations that help people who are addicted to gambling. Like what? Like we're using the lottery money to help people not gamble. I don't know. That means just that one's a weird one to me. Okay, so governments use the lottery money to do government things, build infrastructure, fund public programs, and stuff like that. Cool. Okay, wait, but why does the government have to collect money in this weird way? We'll get to that, I promise. But in a sec, I know everyone's wondering about what happens to the winner.
He's gonna have over $114 million! Wow! How does that sound?
These lucky ducks who just walked into tens of millions of dollars. Like, how much am I going to get tomorrow night when my numbers are picked? Sort of manifest.
No one's gonna care about them or respect them for getting that amount of money. They have to actually, earn it, This is what they do with the money too, by the way. I don't know, it just seems like a meaningless number to me. They can only eat one meal at a time, right?
In our little scenario, remember that they had advertised advertised $67 million, and that really it was $40 million that was allocated to the winner. How does that all work out? That is because when you win the jackpot, you can get it in two different ways. You can get it all at once, or you can get it slowly over the course of 29 years. If you get the cash all at once, then the government immediately takes out 24% of federal taxes. And then, of course, the state will get their taxes. So, like, that also gets taxed a bunch of $27 billion. $27 billion in government revenue because of the lottery. And this is kind of where it feels a little messed up, because I thought we already had a way to run a gambling sector. And so a bunch of other states started with dollars of tax revenue.
The lottery ends up as a tax on those who can least afford it.
It's a tax on the poor, but most of that money is spent by low-income consumers.
In South Carolina, one report found that people who make less than $35,000 a year spent more than double on lottery tickets than people who make over $100,000 a year. Let that sink in for a second. Double. They also found that people of color are more likely to buy lottery tickets than white players. One study found that in almost every state, whether it's by design or not, neighborhoods that have lottery retailers have a higher poverty rate than neighborhoods that don't have lottery retailers. Remember, this is the free market. These retailers are following the demand. So yeah, you start to see a picture of the government using the desperation of those who are less educated to generate revenue that they don't get from boring old regular taxes. And then I think the moment that actually gets me here is that that money, that revenue, goes to fund things that isn't often beneficial to the poorer communities that bought the tickets and paid the taxes. So yeah, that is the lottery. The question is, why do we keep doing this? And again, it goes back to that very shrewd economic argument. Humans love gambling. They're going to do it anyway. Why not just regulate it and make some extra revenue out of it? But as always, there's some private interests here too, keeping this all alive. Who prints all of these, right? Who makes the latex that goes on the little scratch off? Those are companies that make a lot of money off the lottery. And they actually have lobbyists keeping the lottery alive. So yeah.
I'm gambling my life away right now.
The lottery exists and will probably always exist. I mean, humans love gambling, and taxes exist and are necessary. We need to fund our government. But do we need to run a gambling scheme to raise those taxes? The specific way that the government runs the lottery today is a regressive tax on the poor. It raises money and it sends that money to places that doesn't benefit the people who are funding that tax. And so when we see that gambling funds education or goes to good causes, to me that just feels misleading. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. We just need to call it places that doesn't benefit the people who are funding that tax. And so when we see that gambling funds education and or goes to good causes, Me, that just feels misleading. We just misleading. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. Misleading. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor. We just need to call it what it is. The lottery is a tax on the poor.
정말요? 그 둘이 만나?
꺼지라고 씨발놈의 새끼야. 꺼져 씨발놈의 새끼야. 꺼져 병신아. 꺼지라고. 쓰레기야 쓰레기 같은 애. 쓰레기 같은 애들 졸라 쳐놨네 진짜. 병신 같은 애들.
Morning. Get to work and get back to doing the job is a happy person who's on a permanent vacation. The man who can't wait to get out of bed in the morning, get to work, and get back to doing the job is a happy. The man who can't wait. To get out of bed in the morning, get to work, and get back to doing the job is a happy person who's on a permanent vacation. The person who hates going to work every day won't suffer much more in hell. But I loved what I was doing. Work was always so much fun that I felt as if I was cheating by getting paid for doing it. And I still write code for fun once in a while. I will admit, though, that being able to go anywhere I want anytime I want, without having to worry about whether I have to be in the office tomorrow, is a bit liberating. If I don't get it done today, I'll get it done tomorrow. No more hurry up and finish by Sunday night, or it'll have to wait until next weekend. For the first 18 to 23 years of our lives, we are all told exactly what to do, where to go, and what next weekend. For the first 18 to 23 years of our lives, we are all told exactly what to do, where to go, and what time to be there. We're under surveillance from our parents and forced to attend events, such as school every day whether we want to or not. These 18 to 23 years is the first quarter of a lifetime, which means that the remaining life of a person is already conditioned to follow directions, given to things we don't want to do, and attend schedules that we don't like, but we think we have to do because it's bred into us. On top of that, being told what to do for 20 years makes us confused adults when we enter the real world and no one is holding our hands anymore. It goes from here, do this homework, it's due next week, to you don't know what you want to do with your life. Better figure it out before you turn 30. This makes a lot of people panic and confused because they don't know what to do. It's the first time in their lives that they've had to think for themselves. This fear is what I think drives people to 9-to-5 jobs. They fear change and failure, so instead of taking a risk following what they love, they decide to follow the beaten path. Go to school, get a job, buy a house, and make a family. They fear rejection from peers or loved ones, so they don't want to take a risk that will make them look abnormal or as if they don't know what they're doing, which in all respect, no one knows what they're doing in life. We're all just flying monkeys in space. When you are working a 9 to 5 job, you also don't have to worry about the health of the company because you can always change your job. You also get sufficient money as a salary to live a decent life and take care of your family. The real problem with a 9 to 5 job is that almost everyone you see around you has it. Hence, you don't feel special being an employee as you have nothing great to boast of. You have been conditioned to believe that you are a special person who deserves something special in this world. Hence, you feel ordinary and common doing the same thing over and over again and get bored. Many people leave their jobs and start their own company or business to get rid of this routine. However, most of them end up making their life worse rather than better for the following reasons. Startup businesses fail within the first 18 months. Thus, 80% of new entrepreneurs lose all their savings, get burdened by debt, and then back to 9 to 5 jobs soon. When you start your business, you have to work 12 to 14 hours a day for almost 7 days a week, even when you are burdened by debt, and then back to 9 to 5 jobs soon. When you start your business, you have to work 12 to 14 hours a day for almost 7 days a week. Even when you are not going to the office, you are working from home. You have to worry about cash flow, office rent, competitors, and employees all the time. You have to worry about the legal compliance of your company and managing tax payments, etc. If you decide to follow your passion and choose to become a writer, painter, singer, actor, musician, etc., you struggle for earning your bread and butter until you reach the top. Don't get fooled by the success of the few in these fields by listening to the interviews of those who have made it to the top. For every successful person in the glamorous
topic, bro. I think something arrived outside. Yeah, I think coupon arrived outside. 불법인데 이 나라에서. 왜 이래? 그 저기. 와, 미쳤다. 그냥 저런 미친 새끼들이. 김관성. 미쳤다. 대한민국 그거인데. 아, 피곤하다. 감성 주점.
Profession. There are hundreds who are struggling with life in these areas. Learn to appreciate and value what you have rather than running after illusions and making your life miserable. Instead of thinking that you are stuck in your job for the rest of your life, realize that your living is assured for life thanks to your job. Here are the actionable steps to start living your life the way you want to. 1. Spend less than you make. 2. Get out of debt. 3. Start a side business doing what you know about. Created with the intention of finding clients and customers, but hiring someone else to do the work for you but at a lower hourly wage. 4. Find a job that doesn't feel like work. This will not only leave you untaxed, but usually in a better mood as well. There are a lot of jobs like this, but sometimes they don't pay as much. However, at this job, you will also be able to work on your business. For instance, a security guard in a will allow you to skip all of the traffic that a 9 and wave. Learn and master skills that you always desired to learn with your free.
That was a terrible video. I got one view. I had this video. I'm gonna make it private. I gotta verify age, really? Oh, sh-
안녕, 병트 새끼야.
뭐냐 이거? 잠깐만. this might get copyright. Wait, 603. I might mute. I don't know why I'm being so obsessed about this weird song. Just gotta see reality as it is. Reality. Tape. Oh, this one.
Wait, like that's what I mean. Like, who do you think is they? There are people who've been in charge of all the stuff. The people at the bottom just don't seem to get it. They don't seem to wake up. And they don't seem to wake up because the people in charge try very hard to keep them asleep. They're constantly distracted by everything. You are done. You are now full slave mode. And that's all they want. It's always been the same playbook. It's absolutely incredible that people are not awakened to see what's fucking happened. I struggle to sleep at night. Like, literally, what's happening is fucking crazy. A lot of people out here, it still amazes me, they believe the government care about them. What the government wants is slaves. Slavery's not gone anywhere, right? So the old school idea of slavery, let's talk about slavery. A government would get slaves, make them work for free, and build things. That's slavery. So they've stopped doing that now. So what do they do now? They get people, make them build things for money. But the government print all the money. So if a government can create as much as they want of something from
신노예제도.
from thin air, and you'll give up your life for the.
I'm gonna brush my teeth. Did I brush my teeth already? I don't know. I might have. Oh, they brought something outside. Oh, 뭐야, 딸기를 왜 두 개? 다 잘못 시켰네. 크런치 피넛버터도 아니고 크리미로 시켰고. 씨발 이럴 거면 왜 씨발 병신같이 시키네. 크런치라고 하는데 크리미로 하고 씨발 딸기는 씨발 2개씩이나 시키고 쓸데없는 딸기는 필요한 고기나 그런 건 하나도 안 시키고 채소, 과일, 샐러드 고기는 안 시키고 생수도 안 오고 씨발 뭐냐 이게. 정신이 아 잘못 시켰네. 씨발 이 쓸데없는 거 왜 시켰냐? 야, 멍청아. 쓸모없는 거 시켜. 멍청이처럼 내야 이거. 필요한 거 하나도 안 했고 저거 잘못 시켰네 전부. 주문 잘못했네. 주문 잘못했다고. 주문 잘못했다고.
왜?
아니 멍청하게 이제 시키라는 건 안 시키고 다른 거를 전부 다 시켜버렸네.
다른 거 뭐?
아니 여기 적어놓은 건 진짜 안 시키고 그 뭐냐 렌치 소스, 김, 양파, 계란, 생수 다 없잖아.
샐러드랑 같이 시저 소스 갈 거고 새벽 배송 안 됐니?
아니 지금 왔는데 지금 도착했는데 렌치 소스, 김, 양파, 계란, 생수 이런 거 적은 거 하나도
양파 계란은 엄마한테 말한 적 없고
거기 적었잖아. 여기 적으라고 해서
너 왜 엄마한테 소리 지르니?
여기 다 적으라고 해가지고 다 적었잖아. 근데 적으라는 건 하나도 안 하고 잘못 시켰네. 또 그리고 이거 피넛버터도 크런치로 하라고 하니까 이거 크리미 안 먹는데 크런치로 해달라고 하니까 크리미로 안 먹는 거였네. 했네.
크리미가 더 비싸.
아니 크런치 먹는다고 나는 크런치로 분명히 말했어. 블루베리 섞인 거 해달라고. 근데 안 먹는 거였네. 시켰네. 다 잘못. 이거 뭐야 시킨 거 이거 적은 거는 하나도 안 봤지.
이번에는 크리미로 먹고 다음번엔 크런치.
아니 이거 안 먹는다고. 못 먹는다고 저거.
왜?
안 먹어. 못 먹어 저거. 그리고 왜 시키라는 거 다 안 시켰어. 저기 적어놓은 거 하나도 안 봤어.
양파랑 계란은 엄마가 못 받고
생수.
우리는 다 시켜줬잖아.
생수랑 렌치 소스는 어디 샐러드 렌치 소스도 적었잖아.
생수도 시켰고 샐러드 소스는 샐러드랑 같이 갈 거고 받았니?
안 왔어. 내가 저거 줬잖아. 내가 저거 줬잖아. 줬다가 쓰라고 해서 근데 안 왔다고.
너가 띄우쓰기 안 하고 보내가지고 잘 안 보였어.
그리고 뭐냐 이거? 샐러드 이상한 거.
너 그렇게 깔깔 거리고 엄마한테 벌상하기 없이 할 거면 엄마한테 뭐 보내달라는 말 하지 마.
아니,
가서 식비
아니.
한 달에 50만 원 가지고 알아서 써. 엄마한테 보내달라는 소리 하지 말고.
아니 다 잘못 시켰잖아. 저걸 시켜달라는 건 안 시키고 내가 다 적어서 줬는데
네가 엉터리로 적어서 주니까 제대로 안 보여서 그런 거 아니야.
똑바로 저
할줄 몰라?
그리고 저 뭐냐 땅콩 소스도 왜 분명히 정확히 말했는데 크런치 먹는다고 왜 저걸로 퍽퍽한 걸 저걸로 했어?
너 엄마한테 적어서 준 거에 크런치라고 썼어?
그게 아니라 물어봤었잖아. 물어봤잖아.
쓰지 않았잖아.
물어봤다고.
쓰지도 안 해놓고 뭘 써가지고 보냈다고 뭘 엄마한테 큰 소리 치고 있어. 지가 그거 쓰지도 안 해놓고.
나중에 물어봤다고 내가 나중에 나한테 물어봤다고 토스트랑 식빵 거 나중에 물어봐가지고 잼 필요하냐고 나중에 물어봐가지고 한 번에 말했다고 라면도 무슨 맛 하냐고 물어봤잖아.
크런치가 없어서 그걸로 크리미로 한 거야. 크림이 맛있어.
안 먹는다고 어쨌든 안 먹고 저거 내가 김, 양파, 생수, 계란 이거 그 렌치 소스 이런 거 다 필요하다고 했는데 그거 하나도 안 왔어.
그거 다 주문했고 갈 거고 안 먹는 거는 반품 처리할 테니까 플리스백에 넣어서 밖에다 놔둬.
그거 언제 와? 생수 시켰어?
그래서 엄마가 리스트 보낸다고 했지.
그게 아니라
네가 제조해.
생수 시켰냐고.
그러니까 리스트를 보고 언제 어떤 품목이 오는지 확인을 하라고. 왜 이렇게 말귀를 못 알아듣니? 답답하게.
됐고 그럼 오겠지. 어쨌든 오겠고 다음부터는 저거 제대로 주문해. 다음부터는 저 안 먹는 거 주문하지 말고 하여튼 또 온다는 거지. 하여튼 이거 내일 또 온다는 거지. 한 번 이거 다 온 거 아니고 또 온다는 거지.
리스트 보내줄 테니까 확인해보고
됐고.
플리스백에다가
됐고.
소스 넣어가지고 밖에다 놔둬.
됐고 한 번 또 오는 거네. 그럼 더 오는 거네.
뭐가 돼? 대기는
됐고.
반품 처리할 테니까 밖에다 내놓으라고.
그러니까 저 소스 빼고 나머지는 안 먹는 거니까 소스 빼고 나머지는 다시 그냥 또 오는 거네. 이게 다가 아니네.
그거 리스트 보낼 거니까 확인을 하라고 니가.
내가 다 안다고 적었는데 뭘. 좋아. 야, 이 멍청아. 참. 이 멍청해, 이 멍청아. 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 이 멍청아. 이렇게 멍청아. 이건 맛있는데? 창업할 거야. 창업.
Thing they can create from thin air as much as they want. You are still their slave. That's it. You used to be a slave and you'd work all day, and at the end you got food in the house. Now you work all day, you get money, and you spend all your money on food and a house. Like, slavery is still here, my friend. Nothing's changed, right? Nothing's changed. And what they want is they want slaves. They want slaves who are going to comply and pay their taxes. And whatever kind of indoctrination or societal programming they can instill inside of people that can keep them doing that, they're going to do. Anything it takes to stop people waking up and realizing, whoa, the government's fucking me here. Let's forget Corona. Let's forget locking us all in our houses and taking our business away. I'm paying how much tax? What? They're helping me how much? If you actually wake up and look around you, you realize you're being destroyed in real time. The idea that government cares about you is a lie. The government is never going to tell you anything that's going to wake you up. The government's going to teach you things that are going to make you subservient and compliant. They're going to tell you all this crap about identifying as a panda and all this other shit is not an accident. When they can convince the average person on the street to pretend that some other person is a panda because they said so, you are fully in the slave mindset. Every single one of us, to some degree, is an empty vessel. We're all programmed. There's no such thing as escaping the slave mind. You must just, to some degree, understand who is programming you and understand if you really want those characteristics. Most people are repeating opinions. I'm saying, where did you get that opinion from? They can't remember where they got it from. They don't know who even told them. They don't know why they so fervently believe it. They're just told, they're programmed. You need to genuinely analyze your brain, defrag every single opinion you strongly have and identify where it came from and if that person has your best interest at heart. And what they're trying to do, especially with young men, is program them. We're all empty vessels. And what you have to do as an adult, as a parent, is to program your child stronger than all of society. It's not an easy job. Because all of society, from the YouTube videos to the TV shows to the school, every single thing is trying to program them in one direction. You have to combat that, and that's not an easy job. And if you just sit there and get lazy about it, you will fucking lose. When Rome was losing, all they did was have endless circuses to keep you distracted from the losing war. The world we live in today, they try very hard to prevent you from creating your reality. You're constantly distracted by everything, and it's hard to focus on nearly anything. And they do that on purpose, because for you to go stand out in the rain and protest, that takes focus. They want you distracted. They want arguments in the household. They want blacks to hate the whites, Republicans to hate Democrats. They want us all to argue with each other, for all of us to hate our neighbor, and all to be so distracted and selfish and self-absorbed that we can't think beyond ourselves. That's what they're trying to do to us, and it's absolutely and utterly work. There's very few of these people, and look what they've fucking done to the entire world. It's absolutely insane.
You're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor. And you can sit there and get upset about it. You can sit there and cry about it and say the system needs to change, which is what some people do. But I think I know that's a waste of time, right? That's futile. The best thing to do is to understand the rules of the game and find a way to win. So yes, the game is rigged. Yes, the rich are always going to get richer. Yes, the poor are always going to struggle. And that's the way the game is set up. So you still need to find the best move on the chessboard. There's no point sitting there saying, I want to play a different game, because that's never going to happen.
I was having a conversation with someone the other day. They were talking about Joe Biden and his relief checks. He gave out $1,400 to all the people in America because of Corona. They say, don't you think he's good that he's helping the poor? I said, you think that helps the poor? Let's talk about this. You give 100 people a $1,400 check, right? Everyone understands you can't just leave it in the bank forever because of inflation. The value goes down. Because what happens when they print trillions of dollars from the sky, the dollar becomes less valuable. And now we're living in a world right now where inflation's getting out of control, especially in America, right? In the last year, inflation's up like 6-7%. So no poor person is going to take that money and just leave it in the bank. They're going to either spend it or invest it. Let's say there's 100 poor people and the 100 poor people spend their money. What do they spend it with? Businesses. Who owns businesses? Rich people. Amazon, their stock price went up 30%. Why? Because people were getting stimulus checks and spending it on Amazon. It all went to the rich guy. And then they go, oh yeah, but what about if they invest it? Invest it where? Invest it in the stock market? That increases the stock price. Who owns the company? Rich people. You've made them richer. What if you and all your poor friends, 20 poor friends, it'd be more than 20, 200 poor friends, put all your money in together and bought one house between you? That still takes one house off the market and raises the property value of that area. Who already owns those expensive houses? Rich people. You can't stop making the rich richer. You cannot stop it. People inside the matrix don't understand what's happening. And they're going to sit there and go, but the government cares about me. He gave me $1,400. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The government is looking after its friends. The government gave all the slaves a little bit of pocket money so they can send it all to the rich guys. It's all a scam.
Even when I was going to school and they're sitting there going, you're not going to get a good job if you don't get good grades. I was the one sitting there going, you're a liar. Shut up. I just knew the teacher was lying. I knew school was bullshit. I knew college was bullshit. I knew university was a lie. I always knew it was a trick and a con. I didn't truly understand things to the level I understand them now. But I had an intrinsic understanding. I think everybody does. If you're at a gas station and it's 3 a.m. and a Lambo pulls up and a guy gets out of it, you're thinking criminal, drug dealer, gangster. Yeah. You're not thinking, he has a uni.
I'm not eating this.
Because you're not going to think that. So when you see money, people don't even associate the money they see with university. But then they go, I want to make money, so I go to university. It doesn't make sense.
So school's a scam. And it's the biggest scam on earth. The reason it's a scam is because it operates in a vacuum. It operates in a vacuum because it cannot be fairly compared to any other service. So you can get a loan for school, but you can't use that money for anything else. Because if they were to open it up and put the school, the education system, into the fair market of capitalism, it would fail. If I give you $100 grand and say you can get a degree, or you can buy a crypto, or you can start your own business, or you can do anything you want with it, who's going to choose a degree? Nobody! So they say you can only get the money if you use it for education, which allows it to operate inside of a vacuum. Because it operates inside of a vacuum, it is one of the few things on the planet which is allowed to be non-competitive. It's not competitive against any other investment. Everyone knows that. But you can only get the money for that. So you can't get the money to invest in anything else. So you end up doing it, learning something that is outdated, slow to learn. There's more, it doubly inflates. There's more degrees every single year, meaning the value of the degree decreases. And the price goes up every single year. It's worth less each year. It costs more year on year. There's no other industry where you can even get away with it. You get wrecked, except the education system.
I think everybody knows that the system and the path they lay out for you is not a path that's going to lead to where you want to be. And I didn't know what the other path was, but that intrinsic distrust for the system and that distrust for the things they wanted me to do made me search for other avenues. And then I found them, right? And if you speak to the people who are richest, if you speak to the people you know, this is for everyone at home as well, if you speak to the people you know who have the most money and go up to them and say, hey, what made you rich? None of them say school. It's bullshit, right? So it's all indoctrination. So I knew it was indoctrination, and for that reason, I was always searching. If you're searching, you're going to find it.
I think freedom is being destroyed in real time. Even before Corona, freedom is being destroyed. If you look at even very basic things, right, like freedom of speech, if a man isn't free to say what he thinks in the way he wants to say it, if political correctness or hate speech or whatever, if a man can't even express himself the way he thinks it, is he free? You know? And what they do first is they restrict your speech, because if they restrict your speech, then they can start to restrict your thoughts. If you're not allowed to ever say it, then you're probably not going to think it so often. This is why it's done on purpose. So I don't think that society is very free at all. And I think that in regards to keeping our employment, keeping our money coming in, making sure we don't lose our social medias, every single person has to censor themselves to some degree. And I try very, very best to skirt that line, as far as possible. So I feel free. Freedom is the ability to scream when you want to scream, be angry when you want to be angry, smile when you want to smile, say what you want, do what you want. And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you. If they made a law in the UK I was unhappy with, I'd just leave. And if they made a law in Romania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave. I don't have to be a lawbreaker. I don't have to be a criminal. I'll just go somewhere else, right? It's like in chess, they say good moves come from good positions. It's true. You can't find a good move from a terrible position, right? If you're sitting at home with no money, it's hard to invest in Bitcoin at $1. It doesn't matter what it goes to, right? You got to be in a good position to take advantage of things. You always got to be in a position where you have a good network, you have good information, you have some kind of liquid money, you have the ability to survive without that money, you can take a risk. Like, it's hard to set yourself up. I'm in a position now where I'm in the NBA. I'm an NBA player. I can never go broke again. So it doesn't matter, right? Once you're in the NBA, I can throw $1 million or something. It doesn't matter if it works or not. So for me, it doesn't make a difference. And that's why it's so much easier. They always say the first million is the hardest, and they're completely right. Once you get to a certain point, you can gamble to it. Right?
You know what's amazing? Now I have money. Lots of people always ask me, how do I get rich? And I say, when's the last time you talked about money? When's the last time you sat down with your friends and refused to talk about anything else but how to make money? How are you making money? How are you making money? How am I making money? How can we make money together? If they world champion, I went, oops, inflation. And I still don't have any. And I also very, very much understood that as soon as you stop pushing forward, as soon as you go stagnant, you're dying, right? As soon as you stay in one place, you're slowly on the way down. I was under enormous pressure. I didn't think, I have plenty of money now. It was the complete opposite. I wanted to work harder, more hours. I found the tap
Bro, if there was a golden tap that unlimited money, and you had buckets, and you took one bucket of money, would you just take that bucket, or would you run back and get another bucket and run back and run? I couldn't stop. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up to go piss at 3 a.m, take a piss, and by the time I finished pissing, I'd be like, I slept 3 hours, that's enough. And wake the chicks up and put them back online. I couldn't get out of my brain because I saw that. I'd replaced fighting, which I loved, with this, and this was my chance to escape the Matrix. Bro, this has been inside of me since as early as I can remember. I remember walking to sixth form college. I was 16 or 17 with my 4 friends, and a Ferrari burnt past us. I said to my boys, I was like, man, how'd that guy get that car? And they're like, don't know. I was like, doesn't that annoy you? I'm like, why would it annoy me? Because we're going to school. Our parents are on council estates. Like, we're trying to scrape 20 pounds a week to eat. This dude has 400 grand for a car. Doesn't that aggravate you? Doesn't that show you that there's something about the world you do not understand? That you're missing something? And they're all like, not really. I was never that guy. I was pissed off for weeks because I saw some dude in his Ferrari. Do you understand? I was like, no, I have to. So now when I push my Ferrari, I'm like, this is the full circle. This is the universe giving me...
Or hadn't turned up yet. And I ordered 2 Walters, 2 Perrier. And they came and they were like €9 each. And I paid for them. I said to Tristan, 20 quid for fucking water. Because we're brokies. And he's like, yeah, that's crazy. And we look around and there's all these tables just with water, champagne, food, you know, like $1,000 lunches, £1,000 lunches. No one gave a shit, right? And we're sitting there going, where are we going wrong with life? So I always knew it. I was always around it, especially through fighting. I went to a bunch of crazy countries, Kazakhstan, all these places. We're in Kazakhstan, a poor country. It's just G-Wagon, 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 G-Wagon. I'm like, what's going on? Like, there are people who are living outside the Matrix, and once you live outside of it, once you get to a certain level of incomes and wealth, everything becomes free. Like, when I was looking at the price of that water, no one else in that restaurant even looked at the price of anything. It didn't matter. And that's what I'm like now. I don't know the price.
We'll escape the Matrix, bro.
Price of anything I eat or buy. Even when I was going to school and they're sitting there going, you're existing inside of a system which is deliberately rigged to make the rich richer and for the poor to stay poor. And you can sit there and get upset about it. You can sit there and cry about it and say the system needs to change, which is what some people do. But I think I know that's a waste of time, right? That's futile. The best thing to do is to understand the rules of the game and find a way to win. So yes, the game is rigged. Yes, the richer are always going to get richer. Yes, the poor are always going to struggle. And that's the way the game is set up. So you still need to find the best move on the chessboard. There's no point sitting there saying, I want to play a different game, because that's never going to happen. I was having a conversation with someone the other day. We were talking about Joe Biden and his relief checks. He gave out $1,400 to all the people in America because of Corona. He said, don't you think he's good that he's helping the poor? I said, you think that helps the poor? Let's talk about this. You give 100 people a $1,400 check, right? Everyone understands you can't just leave it in the bank forever because of inflation. The value goes down. Because what happens when they print trillions of dollars from the sky, the dollar becomes less valuable. And now we're living in a world right now where inflation's getting out of control, especially in America, right? In the last year, inflation's up like 6-7%. So no poor person is going to take that money and just leave it in the bank. They're going to either spend it or invest it. Let's say there's 100 poor people and 100 poor people spend their money. What do they spend it? Businesses. Who owns businesses? Rich people. Amazon, their stock price went up 30%. Why? Because people get the stimulus checks and spend it on Amazon. It all went to the rich guy. And then they go, oh yeah, but what about if they invest it? Invest it where? Invest it in the stock market? That increases the stock price. Who owns the company? Rich people. You've made them richer. What if you and all your poor friends, 20 poor friends, it'd be more than 20, 200 poor friends, put all your money in together and bought one house between you? That still takes one house off the market and raises the property value of that area. Who already owns those expensive houses? Rich people. You can't stop making the rich richer. You cannot stop it. People inside the Matrix don't understand what's happening. And they're going to sit there and go, but the government cares about me. You gave me $1,400. The government doesn't give a shit about you. The government is looking after its friends. The government gave all the slaves a little bit of pocket money so they can send it all to the rich guys. It's all a scam. Even when I was going to school and they're sitting there going, you're not going to get a good job if you don't get good grades. I was the one sitting there going, you're a liar. Shut up. I just knew the teacher was lying.
I knew school was bullshit. I knew college was bullshit. I knew university was a lie. I always knew it was a trick and a con. I didn't truly understand things to the level I understand them now. But I had an intrinsic understanding, and I think everybody does. If you're at a gas station and it's 3 a.m. and a Lambo pulls up and a guy gets out of it, you're thinking criminal, drug dealer, gangster. Yeah. You're not thinking, he has a uni degree. Because you're not going to think that. So when you see money, people don't even associate the money they see with university. But then they go, I want to make money, so I'm at university. It doesn't make sense.
So school's a scam. And it's the biggest scam on earth. The reason it's a scam is because it operates in a vacuum. It operates in a vacuum because it cannot be fairly compared to any other service. So you can get a loan for school, but you can't use that money for anything else. Because if they were to open it up and put the education system into the fair market of capitalism, it would fail. If I give you $100,000 and say you can get a degree, or you can buy crypto, or you can start your own business, or you can do anything you want with it, who's going to choose a degree?
Nobody.
Nobody.
I like how he says nobody.
You say you can get a degree, or you can buy crypto, or you can start your own business, or you can do anything you want with it. Who's going to choose a degree?
Nobody.
Nobody. So they say that only get the money you use it for education, which allows it to operate inside of a vacuum. Because it operates inside of a vacuum, it is one of the few things on the planet which is allowed to be non-competitive. It's not competitive against any other investment. Everyone knows that. But you can only get the money for that. So you can't get the money to invest in anything else. So you end up doing it, learning something that is outdated, slow to learn. It doubly inflates. There's more degrees every single year, meaning the value of a degree decreases. And the price goes up every single year. So it's worth less each year. It costs more year on year. There's no other industry where you can even get away with it. You get wrecked, except the educational system.
I think everybody knows that the system and the path they lay out for you is not a path that's going to lead to where you want to be. And I didn't know what the other path was, but that intrinsic distrust for the system and that distrust for the things they wanted me to do made me search for other avenues. And then I found them, right? And if you speak to the people who are richest, if you speak to the people you know, this is for everyone at home as well, if you speak to the people you know who have the most money and go up to them and say, hey, what made you rich? None of them say school. It's bullshit, right? So it's all indoctrination. So I knew it was indoctrination, and for that reason, I was always searching. If you're searching, you're going to find.
I think freedom is being destroyed in real time. Even before Corona, freedom is being destroyed. If you look at even very basic things, right, like freedom of speech, if a man isn't free to say what he thinks in the way he wants to say it, if political correctness or hate speech or whatever, if a man can't even express himself the way he thinks it, is he free? You know? And why it's done on purpose. So I don't think that society is very free at all. And I think that in regards to keeping our employment, keeping our money coming in, making sure we don't lose our social medias, every single person has to censor themselves to some degree. And I try very, very best to skirt that line, as far as possible. So I feel free. Freedom is the ability to scream when you want to scream, be angry when you want to be angry, smile when you want to smile, say what you want, do what you want. And that's a very, very rare commodity in the modern world. That's extremely rare.
Once you escape the matrix and you try and find a way to get your wealth outside of the system, then you can exist geographically anywhere. And once you can do that, then laws don't really apply to you. If they made a law in the UK I was unhappy with, I'd just leave. And if they made a law in Romania where I live I'm unhappy with, I would just leave. I don't have to be a lawbreaker. I don't have to be a criminal. I'll just go somewhere else, right? So like in chess, they say good moves come from good positions. It's true. You can't find a good move from a terrible position, right? If you're sitting at home with no money, it's hard to invest in Bitcoin at $1. It doesn't matter what it goes to, right? You got to be in a good position to take advantage of things. So you've always got to be in a position where you have a good network, you have good information, you have some kind of liquid money, you have the ability to survive without that money. You could take a risk. Like it's hard to set yourself up. I'm in a position now where I'm in the NBA. I'm an NBA player. I can never go broke again. So it doesn't matter, right? Once you're in the NBA, I can throw $1 million at something. It doesn't matter if it works or not. So for me, it doesn't make a difference. And that's why it's so much easier. They always say the first million is the hardest, and they're completely right. Once you get to a certain point, you can gamble to it. Right?
You know what's amazing? Now I have money. Lots of people always ask me, how do I get rich? And I say, when's the last time you've talked about money?
What is the Matrix? Probably the question I am asked most often, and I will describe it to you perfectly. The Matrix is a fish tank. What is the Matrix? Probably the question I am asked
I love this guy in the suit. He's so hilarious, bro. Oh.
most often, and I will describe it to you perfectly. The Matrix is a fish tank, and you are the fish. Sure, you can explore a little bit. You can go and play in the little house. You can dance around amongst the little plastic plants. You can have a little fish friend. Sometimes they'll give you some food to eat. Life's not too bad in the fish tank. Until you try to escape. If you ever try to surpass the remit of the parameters they have decided for you, you will bump into a glass wall. And the Matrix is constructed with glass walls on all sides. Most people are unaware of this. Most people are perfectly happy to stay inside of the fish tank. They have no idea these glass walls even exist because they're not trying to escape. As a fish, if you do what you're supposed to do, the glass walls will never trouble you. You won't even know they're there. But the second you try to go too far, you try to think too big, you try to be too free, you bump into the glass wall and realize it's not possible. There are many such examples of these glass walls, but I'm going to give you a very simple one. Hustlers University, my school, which teaches 18 modern wealth creation methods. We're an online educational platform which teach people how to make money so they can break free. It's an unfortunate reality that if you want to be free from the Matrix, you're going to need money to do that. It's very difficult to do if you're poor. And that is what we teach. Not only the ways to get rich, but also the mindset you should have once you're rich to ensure you're never a slave again. Now, did you know there are particular banks in particular countries actually go through? Do you know there are countries with access to Hustlers University? Now, this is nothing but testament to our actually working. As soon as something is successful, as soon as something is committing the capital crime of not only allowing people to escape the fish tank, but showing others exactly how easily it can be done, then it must stop. Then the glass wall appears. Most of you had no idea that banks are extremely difficult to deal with and easily stop people from becoming prosperous on purpose. You've never bumped into a glass wall. Unless you try to escape, you're never going to know the walls are there. In response to this, we've been extremely creative. We started our own bank, our own payment processing. We've had to build our entirely own app. Everything is ours. Because anything that was Matrix control was used as a weapon to stop us from helping you become free. If we weren't good at what we did, if we didn't teach you exactly how to get out of the fish tank, they never would have put up a wall in the first place. Now, we've reached a new level. Hustlers University accepts crypto. Cryptocurrency payments allow you access to the premier online educational tool that exists on the planet today. There's nothing stopping you, no matter what bank you bank with, which country you live in, from joining Hustlers University and understanding the secrets to modern wealth creation. We will teach you things which are up to date by the second. Our curriculum changes by the minute. Our professors are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you have direct access to the multimillionaires teaching you in real time. It's not an outdated textbook. This is up-to-date information on wealth creation methods you've never heard of. This is a way for you to go up to the glass wall, break it, and be free. If you don't understand exactly what I'm saying to you, if you've never experienced these glass walls, or you think you can just do whatever you want in life and become as successful as you like, and help people and be honest and be good and tell the truth, then you've not been trying hard enough to escape. Anyone who's genuinely trying to escape, just like the fish in the fish tank, would have run into a wall at some point. And I'm telling you, we found another way to prevent the walls from stopping you joining our educational platform. Glass walls exist, and you have three choices in life. You either never encounter them because you're not trying to break free, you attempt to break free and you are restricted, or you finally find out what it takes to break free and you get through it. You break out of the Matrix. I'm waiting for you. What is the Matrix? Probably the question I'm
with someone about how pointless the modern education system is. I think the modern education system is nothing but an indoctrination machine. I think they use it to indoctrinate the youth. I think it's a waste of fucking time.
What, to brainwash people?
To brainwash people, of course they do. And it's actually, because I can talk forever, the world's a spider's web, right? Everything extrapolates from everything else. And most people are not capable of understanding that nearly every single idea or habit or lifestyle which is propagated mainstream by the Matrix is done so with a Trojan horse. So even the educational system,
meeting with a hidden agenda?
With a hidden agenda. So even if you look at things like women's rights, women need rights, women need protecting, women should be equal under law, completely agree.
They said they wanted women to work so people could pay more taxes, no?
They want people to work so they can pay more taxes, double the tax base. But you know what else they wanted them to work for?
Get the kids out of
the influence of the parents, right? When the woman's at home and the father's at work, those children are learning from the woman who's probably learning from the father, and you get to instill your own beliefs in those children. Government doesn't want that. The government wants the children to belong to them. So they get the woman out of the house and they send you to school for as long as possible to reprogram you. This is why you will see YouTube videos of children arguing with their parents, and their parents say that's not true, and the children will say, I learned in school that a man can be a zebra, or whatever they learn. And they start arguing with their own children. You don't own your own children's minds anymore, because your children's mind is on YouTube and school, right? And the school will say to you, if your parents ever yell at you or get aggressive to you, you can fix this. The only way you can fathom I've done it is by imagining me as an outlaw, because you know within the paradigms of society, I shouldn't have even fucking done it. That's how much you know school's a scam. You don't look at someone rich and respect them thinking he went to school. The people you are learning from.
You went to school. You went to school. You went to school.
With great power comes great responsibility. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute not a realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable. Is that a truth? It's an uncomfortable.
3, 4, 1, 2.
Comfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide and I've saved their lives. I believe in protecting and providing. I've been misunderstood. I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive force in the world. I don't want anybody to hear what I say and make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous and good, whether they're male or female. I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking anybody, not lying to anybody. I know I live a very righteous life. The government's not capable of helping them.
What about the webcam business?
And this is why it's so important as a person, you take personal responsibility and understand you're living in a world where the matrix can be cracked. You can make a bunch of money, but you need to take responsibility and do it. I refuse to accept that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. And if you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person. I'm telling the younger generation that if they don't get up and work hard and make sure that they're important, that the world's not going to get about 99% of my content is aimed at men telling them the truth, saying that as a man, you're born with no inherent value. You have to become important. You have to go through some pain or go through some suffering to make people care about you. Otherwise, you're not going to matter. As a dude, if you walk into the party and you put no effort into your life, nobody love you. And every man out here knows. And one of the great things about the masculine journey and masculinity is that we've all lived a semi-similar story. It's kind of cool. Like, we've all been the teenager, gets heartbroken. We've all been unimportant. We've all worked hard and then started to get some clout. And then we've all kind of lived the same kind of journey. So I say to everybody out there, yeah, if you don't follow that path and follow that journey and in one way or another get to the top, whether it's fighting, whether it's comedy, whether it's musician, whatever it is, if you're just going to stay somewhere near the bottom and then at the age of 44, email me saying I'm depressed, well, of course you're depressed. Yeah. But that was your choice because you have to build yourself as a man. And if you decide not to build yourself, then your life's going to suck. My main message is to resist the slave mind. to understand that every single thing you're being told has an agenda behind it, or you would be told otherwise. To examine every strongly held belief you have and try and identify where it comes from and why you have it. I sit and argue with people, I discuss things with people, and they so fervently believe a point. I say, why do you believe that so much? Like, do you have personal experience? No, but I saw the news. The news told you X, and now you are desperate. You will sit here for hours arguing that point. A lot of people are completely empty vessels ready to be programmed. And I try and tell people, listen, to just stop for a second and understand that the things they're telling you to believe are not necessarily for your benefit. The people who make the rules don't make the rules for the benefit of everybody. They make the rules for the benefit of the people who make the rules again. So telling people to resist the slave mind and just be critical thinkers, keep their brain open, pay attention to things, be perspicacious, that's the general theme. And it doesn't matter whether you're left, right, liberal, man, woman, etc. It's just think for yourself. That's the general message.
I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world. And I certainly believe that men and women, when they work together, is the most beautiful force on the planet. Of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect the woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority. I believe women are sovereign individuals and they can make any choice they so desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think I certainly in my relationship have a financial responsibility to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough. I'll make another point that needs to be said. The number of women who have stood up and stuck up for me is ignored. Thousands of women are making videos saying, Andrew Tate is such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me. You know what? I do belong to my husband. That's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. It's that there's a large contingent of men who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that. I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real. I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real. I believe
PTSD is real. I have PTSD.
That the number one power you have against these things
Feeling depressed is real. PTSD is real. Those two things are real.
Trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy to hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect. I know that when I've had difficult periods in my life, and also many of my friends, like I said, suffered from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have. That the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can. If someone comes to me and says I'm clinically depressed, or I feel very, very sad, I would say first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this. And what you need to do is stop identifying that way, and let's work together to try and fight against it. A lot of people who are clinically depressed are suffering with something in their life, and if you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed. The thousands of people who have emailed me saying, my doctor told me I was clinically depressed, it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you, and I repeat saying he was clinically depressed, he was going to kill himself. Depression doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this. And he said he lost his girlfriend, that's why I became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say. I say, strong body is a strong mind, go train. He went, he started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor was telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it. But the relation first is your health, because you have nothing, you're going to die. Second is your relationships, because you need love and family, that matters the most. But money can buy everything else. So money's the third most important thing. The average people come to me and say, what do I do? I'm just the average guy. And my only answer is stop being the average guy. Of course, money can't buy happiness. I agree. But money is the third most important thing in the world. First is your relation, first is your health, because you have nothing to cure it. He started taking control of his own life, and now he thought, Billy, working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward. Of course, money can't buy happiness. I really working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward. That if somebody has depression of any kind, whether it's clinical, whether it exists or not, whether they feel depressed or not, whatever, they're taking control of their life, taking personal responsibility, working hard is always going to be the Positive, best thing that relation versus your health because you have nothing, you're going to die. Second is your relationships. So you need love and family, that matters the most. But money can buy everything else. So money's the third most important thing. The average people come to relation versus your health because you have nothing, you're going to die. Second is your relationships. So you need love and family, that matters the most. But money can buy everything else. So money's the third most important thing. The average people come to me and say, what do I do? I'm just the average guy. And my only answer is stop being the average guy. It's my only answer. You can't just be the average guy anymore. The idea from the 1950s that you can just be the normal, average, law-abiding, hard-working citizen and you'll have a good life is gone. Any man out here who goes, I'm just going to work hard, do my bit, and obey the laws, and I'll have a good life. No, you won't. No, you will not. Just doing your job is never going to make you rich. Because you're just going to be taxed into infinity and you're going to stay broke. So just obeying laws and doing your job now has set you up to be a peon and a slave for eternity. You have to get yourself in a position where you're making enough money. You don't know what to talk about, then you don't understand money. So go learn how money works. Go learn how a bank works. Go sell YouTube for free. You don't just pay 50 grand in 4 years for university. Go sit on YouTube and understand money, banking, or the real estate market, any of it. Understand the last housing price crash, why it happened. Understand mortgage rates, how it's affected by interest rates. Understand it, and then go sit with someone else who understands it and talk about it. People should, even if they haven't got a penny in the world, should be going to these meetings about real estate, about investing, especially if it's cheap. They should go. Just meet other people who at least have money. Have conversations about money. Talk about it. How are you going to get what you don't talk about? And yes, the cycle of precipitation, right? So a cloud comes, it rains, falls down to the ground, it goes under the ground, whatever, goes into a stream, it moves into the stream, goes to the ocean, evaporates again up to a cloud, floats somewhere else, falls down again. It's always moving. That's how money is. People think that money is in these large, stagnant pools hidden in people's bank accounts. That's not really true. Money is constantly moving all the time. And if you can find a way to get in between it, you stand in the right place at the right time, you're going to get wet. I think that's the new modern way to view the world, is an attention economy. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're getting attention, you'll make money. One habit that people need to adopt, and this is a habit I had for a very long time, and I've actually recently cleared it from my brain because I've reached a point where peace of mind is worth money. But every single time money is spent, you need to identify how your money was taken from you. And I say taken because money can't be made. Money is taken. Because the only people who can make money are the government. So if you're a government, you can make money. You can print it from there or a bank. But if you're a person, you're not making money. You're convincing other people to give it to you. You're taking money from others. So every single time you spend money on anything, you need to identify how it was taken. When you go and buy a coffee, don't just go buy the coffee and sit down. Sit and say, why did I buy this coffee? Okay, I really want a coffee. Yeah. But then why did I go into this store and not that store? Is it better advertising? Does it have less of a line? Do they have seating? How did they convince me to come here? How much did this coffee cost? £6. What's the profit margin on that? Probably £5.50, £5.80 probably by the time the cup probably costs more than the coffee. The coffee is just water. How did they convince me to spend £6 in this place? When you sit there and analyze, and you all start to learn little lessons about business. You'll learn about the importance of the signage. You learn about the importance of there being no queue. Yeah. So that if you ever run a business, I say with my business, my people all the time faster, all the time quicker. Yeah. I have a couple businesses that are physical. I'm like, I don't want to see a line. I don't want it to see empty, so it looks bad. So when there's lines, you work fast. We're down to 1 or 2 people. You take your time, you talk to the customer. Keep it so there's always one person at the thing. Manage the line. People don't think about this stuff. No one's gonna sit and wait along with you. Maybe some idiots will, but people like me won't. We've got to do. Right? My time's worth money. I'm not gonna stand and wait in line. So you have to identify how your money is taken from you. If you start doing that with every single time you spend anything ever, you're gonna start to identify business opportunities. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna have coffee and you're gonna go, you know what? They could have sold cake and they didn't. Could I outcompete this place? Let's imagine I had the money to start a coffee shop right next door. How would I outcompete them? Well, I have cake. They don't have cake. Also, most people in here are businessmen. And the guy serving some dude. No, we had a cute waitress. His ass is fired. We had a chick. We have a chick here, some cake in. Financial Times, business people in. People don't even think about this stuff. They don't use their brain ever. They don't ever look around and realize how they're spending their money. They don't look around and look at which businesses are successful. They don't look around and pay attention to anything. They don't look at the world and all the things that are happening, how it can benefit them. None of it. They don't look at anything.
테니스 먼저 봐. 가격을 보면 한 20만 원 하는데 한 번 할 때마다 25 divided by 몇이야? 하나, 둘, 셋, 하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다, 일곱, 여덟. 한 3만 원 정도 안에 한 번 할 때마다. 3만 원이면 20분에 3만 원이면 10분에는 15,000원, 5분에는 7,500원, 1분에는 1,500원이네, 1분에. 시간에 1시간에 9만 원이나 버는 거네. 많이 더 번다. 시간에 9만 원이 얼마야? 하루에 뭐 9 to 5까지 한다고 치면 쉬는 시간 빼고 하루에 6시간 정도 하면 된다고 치면 9만 원, 54만 원 버네. 하루에. 그럼 5일은 5일은 얼마나 벌어? 250. 270만 원 5일에. 한 달에는 1080만 원. 1년에는 1억은 넘기는데. 1억. 1100만 원이라고 치면 1억 1천, 1억 3천 정도? 많이 버는데? 한 1억 정도 벌걸, 1년에. 만들어진 지 한 5년 정도 쳤다면 5억 벌었을 텐데. 에버리지를 하는 방법을 찾아야지. 다른 선생들도 가르치게 하잖아. 그러면 합쳐서 한 1억 5천 버나? 10억.
Following the circus is West Powell. I was walking to school, to college with a couple of my friends, and a Ferrari drove past. I said, bro, you see that? He goes, yeah, what about it? I said, doesn't that piss you off? I must about 16. He goes, why? It's different buttons by following the path the system is trying to make me follow. And everybody intrinsically knows this. If you go to if you're at BP, you're at a petrol station, and I pull up in my Lamborghini, nobody goes, wow, he went to school. He studied hard. And they do that because they know that the easiest way to amass wealth is to break the rules, because the rules are not designed to allow most people to make money. You can make money within the rules, of course you can, but most people don't. Most people who follow the path work, consume, die. That's it. So I always do the same thing as you, and I knew there had to be another way. I knew that just working for money was a paradigm that wasn't true. And then you understand making your money work for you, and you understand delinking your time for money. You start learning to understand these things, but eventually you build a system, and you build an ecosystem like me. I have 60 or 70 people work for me all around the world, and things just happen, and money just kind of appears as long as everything's well organized. I mean, in my experience, like, imagine if I didn't have all this money and I had to go get a job again, I'd get a sales job. So I've always been a salesman, and I think that's a very important life skill to have, to be good at sales and to deal with stress and have a commission-only environment. But I don't know if they even teach sales in university. Yeah, it's all garbage. They don't teach anything important. They just teach anything. They teach things that are going to keep you inside the slave mind. And they want you to go to school and then go to college and then go to university and get in debt. You have to be in debt so that now you have to work. and you're working and you're in debt, and then they want you to take on more debt if possible in the form of a mortgage, which a lot of people do, which we can talk about as a negative property guy. And then you're in debt now, and once you're in debt, you can't really quit your job, and it's very difficult for you to leave the country. And now they can hold things over you. That's the goal. It's all about control mechanisms. The system is very well designed to make sure that people are conditioned to obey. It's very hard for the average person to say no to anything.
I will
Unless you have
skip the
millions and
Matrix.
millions of dollars, it's very difficult to even have an opinion on subjects. That's the thing about being a man, and that's what I'll say to the kids. It's like, look, you need to get up, and it's going to be very, very difficult. The world's getting harder and harder, especially for men. It's all cloud, it's all status. There's no way you're going to matter unless you get up and you work extremely hard. Should young men aspire to work very hard, it's like, look, you need to get up. It's going to be very, very difficult. The world's getting harder and harder, especially for men. It's all cloud, it's all status. There's no way you're going to matter unless you get up and you work extremely hard. Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect
Criminal record. That's funny coming from Tate.
most of them, be sovereign so they can stand up and have their own points of view and face a cancellation, be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them. Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world, a good force for the world. So you have to just understand that God is always watching. He's going to reward you in the end. That's the first thing. And the second thing I will say is that you are the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So it doesn't matter how much you're hurt by it. You need to allow it to motivate you to idiot, excited, and emotional about money you've already made or money you might make, which is even worse. I used to know so many sales guys when I worked at TriStar, the first TV company, before I went to run T2. So many sales guys would be fucking in the office, laughing, drinking their coffee, talking shit, saying, oh, I've got 4.
Fuck off, Andrew Tate and this lady on the Matrix, the white dressed lady.
The Matrix, as soul crushing as it is designed in a way that anybody who would be a problem broke can escape. It's the art of war. They say never give your enemy no way to retreat. It's the same thing. They've left holes in the Matrix for the people who are truly pissed off living inside of slavery to jump out of. Because if they keep us trapped in there, we're going to cause them more problems than if we just fucking leave. If you have men like us, bro, can't pay our bills, and there's millions of us, that's a problem. So they've left an escape hole. There's an escape hatch for anybody who truly deserves it. You can't escape. You can be anything you want to be.
Do you believe you're here? The news you watch, the way you've been taught to think, the educational system, the opinions love you. The Matrix exists to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave to it imprisons your mind. Anxiousness, depression, stress. They have stolen your consciousness. You are enslaved by preoccupation. What can I do? The world is binary. There is only action and inaction. Freedom requires you to act, Neo. Remember, all I am offering is the truth, nothing more.
Tate.
뭐야? Fuck off, Putin.
Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine will never be Russia. So, fuck off, Putin.
Yo, what is this shit? Fuck off, Putin. Tony Blair had a war crime.
What about the sitting down street having a cup of coffee in the morning and listening to, say, 1 million people outside protesting? Did those protesters, and that's the enormity of it at the time, give you pause for thought?
Of course, look, it's not them that you gave pause for thought, simply the awesome nature of the responsibility of the decision. You should have pause for thought all the way through. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
In the end, you have to decide this way or that. Right? There is, unfortunately, no third way in it.
The number of soldiers that have died, British soldiers in Iraq, and the countless number of Iraqi civilians that have died. Have you ever had a moment of a night where you might have shed a tear and said, this is horrific? Did you ever cry about what's happened?
As I say in the book, you wouldn't be human if you didn't feel emotional about it, and I actually explain one occasion when I meeting the family of one of the soldiers. But let's also remember that if I'd taken the opposite decision, or if America had taken the opposite decision, there were also people dying under Saddam every year. Just one little thing which is worth pointing out. Under Saddam, the child mortality rate in Iraq was the same as the Congo. Now, it is down to a third of what it was. That's 50 or 60,000 children, extra children living every year there. So, when you look at the history of this, unfortunately, this is not a case of this decision leading to bad consequences. This decision leading to good. It's a decision with difficult consequences either way.
When you arrive into a situation like this, a live television interview, and you come through the gates and you have people chanting with their placards and so on, and they're shouting war criminal, and they're shouting it, are you a war criminal?
Of course, I don't believe that.
But why are they calling you one?
Ryan, you know why they are, and they're perfectly entitled. Look, I'm not going to explain it. I don't have to explain it. They can explain it. But in the end,
You can try.
you know, I of course I can understand it, but you can't take decisions on the basis of people with black belts. You've got to take decisions on the basis of what you think is right.
Does their opinion matter, do you think?
Of course, their opinion matters, but their opinion can't determine everything. Look, one of the first things that you learn in politics, I'm afraid, and this is a lesson in political leadership, is that those who shout most don't deserve necessarily to be listened to most, right? Everyone should be listened to equally, irrespective of the volume of noise. So, yes, I had to listen to people who were opposed to the decisions I took. There were also people in favor of the decisions I
Okay.
took.
When are you going to apologize to the million Iraqis that are dead because you lied? You lied about weapons of mass destruction. You lied about defense of 9/11. You lied about Iraq being a threat. You sent me to Iraq. You sent me to Iraq. You sent me to Iraq. You got free. My friends are dead. Shot to a top deal. You killed people. You lied. You lied about WMD. A million Iraqis are dead because you lied. My friends are dead because you lied. You need to apologize. Apologize.
Holy shit, that's some drama. Freedom of speech until the speech is true. Those women should be charged for harassment, exactly. I want to learn about the Iraqi war. What was Bush's motive behind the Iraqi war? Oil reserves, bro. No.
The Kuwait people are rich because they have oil money, man. They have oil money, bro. Yo, what does Tate have to say about the Iraqi war? What does Tate say about the Iraqi war?
I apologize for the fact that the intelligence we received was wrong. I can also apologize, by the way, for some of the mistakes in planning. Of course, you can't say that those of us who removed Saddam in 2003 bear no responsibility for the situation in 2015.
I'm joining the Marines in the USA. What do you think? I think you're a fool. You're a fool. You're gonna go die for what? Biden? I'm trying to protect American freedom. Yeah. You're gonna protect the freedom of those people in Nebraska by going over to Yemen and bombing some 13-year-old farmers. Great job. Stupid. You ain't protecting nothing. A profit.
Sure. He did that. Iraq, when the invasion of Iraq was exactly that. I have save energy to go to tennis later, so I already ate. It's all good.
For companies that don't care about you, they'll force you to take injections which you know you want. You're a fool to defend any of these globalist systems. You should only protect yourself and your boys. You should be in the war room. That's what you should be doing. Fighting for the war room, at least you get rich. I fought for myself, became a world champion, got some money. Now you're gonna fight for America, you're never getting any money, your leg blown off. Walk around with one leg, Mr. Limpy. Say, well, at least I served my country and I'm proud. You're Mr. Limpy, Chief, for what? For Biden? Doesn't care about you.
That's true. This is the same for Korea. Fuck this country, man. I don't care about you.
Be stupid. Don't be dumb. Limp the phone. Limp your ass out of my chat.
This is so right.
I was in Iraq, I was in Baghdad about 3 years ago. There was a member of parliament wanted to become a sports minister. And to become sports minister, he wanted to fill a stadium and have a kickboxing fight in front of everyone. But he didn't want to lose, so he fixed it. And because he fixed it, he wanted legitimate world champions to come to give the credibility. He wanted to give a speech afterwards, and he paid me a bunch of money. And he got me a government pass and a private jet from Romania to go to Iraq. And I'm kind of like, is this stadium gonna just blow up? You know you're in Iraq, and you're like in the stadium. Me and Tristan are down on the grass, like far away from the bleachers. We're just like, oh man.
Oh, it's boring.
The West is imploding in real time. America, England, France, Germany, all of it is falling apart in real time and is glorious. I'm watching it burn here from the fringes of Eastern Europe. Because I was smarter than all you, because I saw this coming and I left. You people are still staying there going, oh, it's fine. It's fine. Imagine living in America and thinking it won't become unlivable within 50 years. Imagine genuinely living in America,
having children. You know, I love my kids, I care about my kids, but I'm going to keep them in America. It's chaos. You're like, oh, but it's chaos over there and over there, but in this little bit, it's okay. Morons. America's going to become unlivable in 50 years. If you have any money and a brain, leave. Let the people, there'll be plenty of people who stay. Let the people who stay deal with the shitstorm. You don't need to deal with that crap. Get out of there. The West is falling apart in real time. When I'm on Twitter, I'm part of this, like, the right-wing conservative group of people. And these people make me laugh, man. And some of them are my friends. And I like them. But when you think you're going to save the West with your Twitter account, and these people, you don't need to deal with that crap. Get out of there. The West is falling apart in real time. When I'm on Twitter, I'm part of this, like, the right-wing conservative group of people. And these people make me laugh, man. And some of them are my friends, and I like them. But when you think you're going to save the West with your Twitter account, you're not seeing that they've taken over areas of Seattle, and do whatever they want. Google, the people who control all the information in the world are left leaning. And you're going to go on Twitter. You're not going to march. You're not going to fight. You're going to do any of the things the liberals do. You're going to stay at home, hoping no one doxes you, finds out your address. And you're going to sit there on Twitter and make sarcastic comments, making fun of the liberals. Hey, liberals, if you guys love communism so much, why do you use an iPhone? Send. Who's going to save the West? You can't even write tweets without getting banned. Every tweet you make, you have to read 8 times. Please don't. Will they ban me? No, okay. I can make a little sarcastic comment and they won't ban me. And you're going to save the West? Is this the people who are fighting for the West? The West is done. It is done. The external enemies of the West are, they know. Why would you go to war with America? Imagine you're China or Russia. Why would you go to war with America? If I was China or Russia, all I would do is support the far left policies of just the West.
Think. He's speaking. 집중하자. 이제 테니스 가면 돼. 이따 와서 시작하면 돼. 그리고 물 받아야 돼. 샤워했고 체크했고 물 받고 시작하면 돼. 유튜버, 온라인 비즈니스 사업, 전조선 확대한 거 저거 이제 시작해야 된다. 증거 찾기. 쇼츠는 많이 해봤는데 잘 안 되더라고. It's too saturated right now. Way too saturated. 일단 테니스 갈 준비나 해라. 테니스 가고 쇼츠도 만들고 시작하지 뭐. 이렇게 시간 나면.
Is this the people who are fighting for the West? The West is done. It is done. The external enemies of the West are, they know. Why would you go to war with America? Imagine you're China or Russia. Why would you go to war with America? If I was China or Russia, all I would do is support the far left policies and destroy the society from the inside out, which is what they've been doing for years anyway.
don't know this, the KGB and China are the people behind all this Antifa far-left garbage. They've been supporting liberalism for a very long time. Liberalism is the easiest way to destroy a nation. So if you want to destroy America, you don't go fight. You don't say Russia. You don't say let's have a war. America's too strong for that now. What you do is you make a whole bunch of men who hate their own country with liberalism. Easy. So this whole liberal agenda is all being propagated by the external forces anyway. China and Russia, they're all behind this shit. America is rotting from the inside out. And liberal agenda is all being propagated by the external forces anyway. China and Russia, they're all behind this shit. America is rotting from the inside out. And if you think you can stop that, if you think that you, as a person, can save the West and be more powerful than all the information, Google, the media, all the external forces, all these people pushing for America's demise, you don't stand a chance. Trump can't even stop it. Nobody can stop it. People keep emailing me, hey Tate, I like the way you think, and people like you are going to save the West. Let's wreck the whole place. Because the people who live there don't appreciate it anyway. So let's turn it into a dystopian shithole. Give the liberals what they want. They want a shithole, give them a shithole. And if you have a brain, and you have any kind of money, get out of America. The American propaganda machine is brilliant. I say this to Americans. Oh yeah, but you know, America, we have freedom. You think you're free in America? You can't even drive 5 miles over the speed limit without getting shot by a car. Freedom to do what? You can't even walk down the road without getting harassed by a police officer. Freedom for what? You have no freedom. You can't do anything. You can't put your opinion on Twitter without losing your job because of the woke law. You can't even talk. Unbelievable. I have zero intention of saving the West.
Man, this guy. Man, that's a perspective, man. West is the shithole, man. It's a shit place to leave. Even if you have any money, I mean, it is a shithole to a degree. Korea is a shithole too. 여기 나라가 흔드는 거는 법이 흔들린다는 거야. 민주주의 근간이 흔들린다는 거지. 뭐야? 생각하고 많이 있겠다.
I mean, I'll tell you now, you look at Ukraine, the situation in Ukraine was completely, I believe it's completely NATO's fault. They knew what they were doing. They kept thwarting Russia. They kept poking the bear. They kept poking the bear. They kept poking the bear. And now that Russia has finally retaliated, which it had no choice but to do, its own self-interest, right? It had to eventually do something. It's been going on a long time. They eventually retaliated. I'm very, very glad NATO hasn't stepped in. Of course, I don't want World War III, but we're just sending loads and loads of weapons to delay the inevitable, just to cause more casualties and more pain for both sides, more headaches for Russia. You think the Americans give a shit? Ukraine could just roll over, give up what Russia wants, and just end all of it, right? But because that's what's going to happen in the end. But no, we want to make sure that Russia uses as much money, time, and money and men as possible. Who cares if the billions of Ukrainian civilians die? Let's keep sending Javelin missiles and let's control the media narrative. If you scroll through Twitter, the media narrative they're reporting is that if you make Molotov cocktails, you can take out Russian tanks. You're gonna get annihilated. Like it's literally they're convincing mad people to commit suicide. It doesn't matter. That just puts up the civilian casualties, adds to the narrative they need to make Russia the bad guy. And the worst thing about all of this, we made all these sanctions, these unprecedented sanctions against Russia, and now we're suffering mass inflation and fuel crises. And the ruble's at all-time high. Have you seen that? I have seen that. It crashed. And that was the all-time high. What's the point?
Economically, as geopolitical power play, Putin has played a blinder by charging for Russian oil in rubles. He's undermined the petrodollar, the very thing that the one grip that America had over the world, that it had the kind of global reserve currency, and Putin's taken it away from them. And they handed him that gold, didn't they? I mean, they didn't need to do that. They didn't need to have these.
Completely. That's it. They literally handed him the way out. And if people think Russia's the only country that's going to do this, then they're sadly mistaken. Because what America's shown is, if you don't agree with everything we want geopolitically, that your sovereign debt is no longer safe. And there's a whole bunch of countries in the world, China being the next one, who are taking a long, hard look at that and going, okay, well, if we're not safe to have dollar debt, then we're not going to do it. And then America's a big deal. I mean, empires never last long, right? I think we all know about the cycle of empires.
Yeah.
If you look at you look at the cycle of empires, you look at how Rome fell. The American empire as it is pretty much near the end. It's kind of crazy how, I mean, Americans can't get along about anything. I'll give an example, right? I was in Dubai recently. I love Dubai. I think it's a safe place. There's people from all around the world who go there. You can walk the streets at night, $1 million watch, you don't have to worry about it. And because there's none of this political division, the leader of Dubai is focused on building Dubai into the best city he can imagine it to be. Whereas if you look at the West of our political systems, well, we're so busy fighting each other, infighting, corruption this, corruption that. It's just crazy. If you look at the American political system, how much time, money, and effort is wasted just fighting against each other. Before they worry about their geopolitical enemies on the outside, before they worry about enhancing the lives of normal Americans, the Senate is just constantly out for itself. And I'm not saying that democracy is a bad thing. I'm just saying the current democratic systems we have, at least in the West, have just eroded to the point now where
it's not democracy. It's something else. They call it representative democracy. It's not. I mean, like, so every 4 years you get to vote in.
Yeah, that's not democracy. We need internet democracy.
A new bunch of crooks who are the same as the old bunch of crooks, and suddenly they're in charge and you don't get any vote anymore.
Obama was a nobody anyway. What did Obama do? Nothing. Besides give Iran $150 billion. A failure of a man. Obama's a loser. Obama's absolutely a loser. His wife told him what to do. He's a loser. His wife's still in charge of him, talking about segregation and talking about human rights and racial rights as they move to an all-white neighborhood in their $12 million house while his wife probably beats them up. You can see Obama faces he's a weak coward. You've seen it from the beginning. Every time he was on the news, there was a school shooting or something, he was on the news, he was crying his eyes out. We don't need leaders who cry. We need leaders with solutions. We need leaders who get things done. Leave the empathy for the people who are mourning. Yeah, you can feel bad, of course, but empathy's not as important as solutions. Where's the solution? Fix something. Sit there and cry your eyes out like a...
This dude, bro. Send him up. I got him in jail. Oh, his wife. Beats him the week. Oh, no. He wants clout. Oh man.
Russia in general. My scope of the world and my view of the world has been shaped by my father's view. My father was overseeing American intelligence, so I guess I should be very, very pro-West when you look at the world for where it actually is.
Oh, West.
I believe the Russians are a very hard deal. I believe that in the West we are sold and we are told that the Russians are always the bad guys. The Russians are doing the bad guy and the bad thing in Syria. The Russians are doing this bad. The Russians are doing that bad. But really, we do the bad things. We funded a whole bunch of groups in Syria. So they fight ISIS. Those groups are fighting ISIS and the legitimate government and followers who else we remember the fighting. And Russia's just blowing up and going to the government. I agree with Russia. They did the right thing. We talk about Russia being aggressive because they annexed Crimea. But if you look at the post-USSR world, who's been aggressive? The USSR had all these countries as buffer states between Russia and the West. They had Hungary, they had Slovakia, they had Belarus and Ukraine, they had all those countries.
We have a man who became a billionaire from salt. Yes. From salt. You can all put salt on, he did the best. Bam. Name an orange job. Making coffee. Making coffee. You're a barista. You're a barista. Now, I'm going to tell you how to get rich as a barista, because I can think that fast off the top of my head. The problem with most people in the world today, you're a barista. We have a man who became a billionaire from salt. Yes. From salt. You can all put salt on, he did the best. Bam. Name an orange job. Making coffee. Making coffee. You're a barista. You're a barista. Now, I'm going to tell you how to get rich as a barista, because I can think that fast off the top of my head. The problem with most people in the world today is not that they do a normal thing, it's that they do a normal thing and they don't try to be the best at it. So you could be a barista and you can just make coffees, or you can be a barista that makes fancy coffees and turn over all the cups and do like the tricks and all the garbage. So the first thing you need to do is get very good at making coffees. That's the first thing you need to do. Then you need to solicit attention. When you can make coffees in a fancy way, you can hire a videographer. You can then begin to make fancy coffees in a fancy way, and you can make it look good with a finalized product, and you get a nice video made that's well cut with some fancy music. You can begin to put them on Instagram and solicit people to watch your Instagram page. Now you have attention. How do you then turn that attention into money after you can't show your fancy coffees? Well, you could, let's say, put together a course or an academy or write a book on the magic of coffee or the secrets of coffee. And you put a mystery on it. Don't say, I'll teach you how to make coffee. Don't say the secrets of coffee. You'd have a link in your Instagram page, and it would be $9. And it would tell people the secrets how to make coffee, for example. You'd start to sell that for $9. You'd make a couple hundred or a couple thousand, not too much. But you continue to make fancy coffees, people continue to go to your Instagram.
It's saturated.
Discover the exquisite beauty of Islam with our exclusive poster English translate. The Noble collection. Oh, right guys, welcome back to the channel. If you're new, might as well you guys do, we're gonna check.
Converting to Islam. Was that kind of like a PR stunt? Absolutely not. I think that it is the last religion on earth. If you believe in God, you're a Muslim. What's a Christian? What's a Muslim? What's any other religious belief? If you do not have strong parameters because of your religious belief, then you're not. And Christians no longer have strong parameters. Chinese are fearless, bro. Me and my brother eating kebab in Iraq. He said, we're eating kebab. We started hearing AK. So looking around, Chinese didn't even care. This scenario, the kebab, yeah, AK. They're gonna shoot me in the head, but no, I'm a word. The Chinese are fearless, bro. Me and my brother.
Their wives love them for foreigners. Chinese are in every single country.
I never liked Andrew Tate.
Okay, explain.
From minute one, I thought Andrew Tate was a terrible human being. Why? Because he's manipulative and he's been able to manipulate both of you, unfortunately. There's a guy that comes here and says, I'm the smartest man alive. I'm the most muscular man alive. I'm the best there ever has been in FOB. I'm the top. He does say he is the best.
Because I don't believe in things that can take away power from me. If I believed in depression, I would have been depressed in jail. But I can't be depressed if I don't believe in it. If you don't believe in ghosts, how can you be haunted? If you have two people in a haunted house, one believes in ghosts, one doesn't. There's a knock in the night. One wakes up, calls an exorcist, is terrified, looks for a ghost. The other guy doesn't believe in ghosts. Knock in the night. Goes back to sleep. It's the belief in the ghost that gives them power.
True, it's the belief. Gone. Fat folk trim. Who's David Goggins?
Everyone is spamming this name. I just don't want to say it. Starkey, like David Goggins.
What I've seen with David, he seems like an extremely dedicated, hardworking person who understands everything about pain, brutality, and finding the strength inside of your mind to push yourself beyond the limits of what people body is capable of. I've never seen anything with David I disagree with. He's the kind of guy who gets up and says, this is going to hurt, I'm going to do it anyway, because that's what makes me you. Personally, I've never met him, but he seems to have the mindset of, I don't need to know him personally to know that I like who he is overall. I've seen him doing marathons I couldn't do. I respect any man who works hard. Hey,
Everyone is spamming this name. I just don't want to say it. Starkey.
David Goggins?
I don't know Andrew Tate, but I do know this, man. A lot of people like what he's saying, and a lot of people hate what he's saying. That's what I like about it. I like that this motherfucker right here, he ain't doing the Navy SEAL shit. You don't like David Goggins? I don't know him, but neither do I. Like it or not, this is my fucking opinion, and that's what it is. There's very few men do ever do they have their own opinion. Andrew Tate don't say that shit. He says what's on his fucking mind. And that's what's lost in this world, which is why I get so passionate and why I called your ass up. If there's something wrong with David Goggins, I'm gonna let you know. Judge me. You know.
Minus Peterson. Peterson. Fuck Peterson.
So I came home one day from working at a job called Ecolab, where I sprayed for cockroaches. Made $1,000 a month, weighed 300 pounds. And I got home and I watched the show on Discovery Channel. Guys carrying boats and logs. Navy SEAL training.
I walked in the recruiter's office and he looked at me and he said, "You're fat and you're black." I said, "I want to be a Navy SEAL." He said, "I basically had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. I came back 3 months later, 106 pounds lighter."
He got a story, that's why. 스토리가 있어가지고 저렇게 많이 가구나. 앤드류 테이처럼 뜨려면 스토리가 있어야 돼. real 다음지. David Goggins.
I'm protesting David Goggins. F. David Goggins. David Goggins. Every ultra-masculine, pseudo-motivational, his favorite man.
His inspirational speaking, motivational speeches are cringe and not good. My name is David Goggins.
Athlete, speaker, soldier, New York Times bestselling author, often referred to as the hardest man of planet Earth.
That was the heat for you.
They don't know me, son. Get it? Hey, they don't know me, son.
So I came home one day from working at a job called Ecolab where I sprayed for cockroaches. Made $1,000 a month, weighing 300 pounds. And I got home and I watched a show on Discovery Channel. Guys carrying boats and logs. Navy SEAL training. I walked in the recruiter's office and he looked at me and he said, "You're fat and you're black." I said, "I want to be a Navy SEAL." He said, "I basically had to lose 106 pounds in less than 3 months. I came back 3 months later, 106 pounds lighter."
Who the fuck's David Goggins?
Get it, David. Come on. Ah, there you go. There you go. Energy. Let it out. 7, 8, 9, 10. Machine here. There you go. Nobody works like David in this house. 13. Come on. 14. Come on. 15. Shut that muscle down. 16. Come on. Get it. 17. They don't know me, son. Get it. 18. They don't know me, son. Get it. 19. They don't know me, son. Yeah. 20. You got to know me, son. 21. Yeah. Get it again. Come on. You want to see it? Good. 22. Who's going to carry the boats in the boat?
Bro, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Oh, shit! man. They going down. All right.
That was some good energy.
My name is David Goggins. I created Goggins. Described as one of the toughest men on the planet.
He's just an absolute
He's
savage.
the only man in history to complete elite training as a Navy SEAL, Army Ranger,
And the Air Force Tactical Air Controller training. I was running this 24-hour race as relay team. He had no teammates.
and ultra-marathon runner.
131 miles in 19 hours. World records with 4,000 for us in just 17 hours. Also referred to as the hardest motherfucker on planet Earth.
I'm 5'7", most 10 guns. Stay home.
My name is David Goggins.
I want to see him. I want to see him do it though. So how rich is David Goggins? He's the same height as Tate. Oh. What was I supposed to do, man? Just a situation, bro.
Not so much. If you had a teenage son, what would be the one piece of advice you'd give him to break through the matrix and achieve success in life?
I think if you're a young man, thinking of how much help was any man is under today, you need to look at some problems that need solving either for yourself or for society. I think that you should just adopt some problems and try and fix them.
아, 꺼지라고, 쌍년아. 쌍년아, 꺼지라고.
Try and fix the liquor in your area, or try and get a six-pack, or whatever you want. Men are builders. The modern world, according to misogynistic, the modern world was built by men. Every building you're in is built by men. Every road you drive on is built by men. things. And that's what you should be focused on.
Have you got any advice for 21-year-olds who, I guess, seem pretty lost, but they don't really know which direction to go in? What would you offer to those guys in terms of advice?
Oh, I've got loads of pieces of advice. Loads. And if you don't know what to do, don't go to university.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. If you know what you want to do and you need a university degree to do it, then obviously pursue that.
Doctor, lawyer, or engineer. Except for that, don't go to university. Doctor, lawyer, engineer. Doctor, lawyer, engineer.
You don't know what you want to do. Going to university is going to burn 3 or 4 years of your time and likely get you into a bunch of debt and a bunch of trouble that you don't need. 2, don't waste time. Yeah, don't waste time on frivolous pursuits. Stop trying to live like the man unless you've actually become the man first, and that means women. Stop trying to get laid all the time and get bigger for women, because if you are a nobody, the time and effort it's going to take into convincing a really beautiful woman to go to bed with you is much less time than it would take me or Mike, because we are somebody already, so you're burning your hours. Don't chase women too much. Don't chase having fun too much. Don't chase clout too much. Don't try to be seen cool places that you can't actually afford to be in. You know, Dubai is actually a very interesting example of this. I'm going to go off on a bit of a tangent here, but that's all good advice. It's simple. Dubai is a very good example of this, because Dubai is a place where people can look like they're doing something big, but they're doing absolutely nothing at all. There are hotels in Dubai, like the hotels I stay at, that are 1, 2, 3 grand a day, 10 grand a day. They do exist. And there are also hotels in Dubai up near the old town where, you know, the laborers and the workers stay that cost $35, $40, $50 a day. That does happen. You could fly to Dubai. People do this. Men do this. With no money. They come to Dubai with their friends. They have no money in their pockets. They have a nice shirt that they'll wear. Fine. And they'll take a taxi from their really cheap hotel down to downtown. Picture in front of the Burj Khalifa. Click. Picture in front of a Lamborghini. Click. Now they're a guy with a picture in front of a Lamborghini in Dubai. They're a guy who hangs out in Dubai now. He's at the Burj Khalifa. He makes less than $1,000 a month. You know, people do this. They literally cloud chase based on location. They're a guy who hangs out in Dubai now. He's at the Burj Khalifa. He makes less than $1,000 a month. Picture in front of a Lamborghini. Click. Now they have no money in their pocket. $35, $40, $50 a day. That does happen. And there are also hotels in Dubai. There are hotels in Dubai, like the hotels I stay at, that are 1, 2, 3 grand a day, 10 grand a day. They do exist. And there are also hotels in Dubai up near the old town where, you know, the laborers and the workers stay that cost $35, $40, $50 a day. That does. People can look like they're doing something big, but they're doing absolutely nothing at all. There are hotels in Dubai, like the hotel, 35, 40, 3 grand a day, 10 grand a day. People can look like they're doing something big, but they're doing absolutely nothing at all. There are hotels in Dubai, like the hotels I stay at, that are 1, 2, 3 grand a day, 10 grand a day. They do exist. And there are also hotels in Dubai up near the old town where, you know, the laborers and the workers stay that cost $35, $40, $50 a day. That does happen. You could fly to Dubai. People do this. Men do this. With no money. They come to Dubai with their friends. They have no money in their pockets. They have a nice shirt that they'll wear. Fine. And they'll take a taxi from their really cheap hotel down to downtown. Picture in front of the Burj Khalifa. Click. Picture in front of a Lamborghini. Click. Now they're a guy with a picture in front of a Lamborghini in Dubai. They're a guy who hangs out in Dubai now. He's at the Burj Khalifa. He makes less than $1,000 a month. You know, people do this. They literally cloud chase based on location. And that is the biggest waste of time that I've ever heard. Now, go on a vacation within your budget and have fun with your friends, by all means, and take your mind off trying to be someone. But yeah, people pretend too hard today. And the effort it takes to pretend short term will make you look richer or cooler or more successful than you are. But if you take all the time that you spend pretending and actually invest it into trying to
Andrew Tate did that too. Get over arrogant.
become what you're pretending to be, you'll get there. But it will take, again, 4 or 5 years.
I use this analogy a lot about use it, but you need to find a way to some degree to escape the Matrix. And I say the Matrix because the Matrix, the way it's designed.
And you're not just talking shit because you've actually done that.
I've escaped the Matrix. Yeah. I've literally escaped the Matrix in my life. So any form of oppression no longer applies to me. I can't cancel. I can say what I want. My finances are secure. I've escaped the Matrix. So when I talk about the Matrix, it primarily applies to men, but it's men are the backbone of the slave force. They always have been and always will be. Unfortunately now, if you're a law-abiding man inside the Matrix, your future and the life that's laid out for you is nothing. You go to school, get debt, get a job, get life, divorce is coming, you'll lose the house eventually, job shit, inflation's outpacing wages, work, no one's gonna appreciate it, now you're old. That is the Matrix for 99% of them. You need to find a way to escape. And I guess I was kind of fortunate from a young age. I always knew that the Matrix was coming and that the system is designed to oppress. People who make the rules do not make the rules for the benefit of us, they make the rules for the benefit of the people who make the rules. And I knew that. And I think every person intrinsically knows that. Like if it's 4 a.m. and you're sitting in a gas station and a Lambo pulls up, you're probably thinking drug dealer or criminal. You're not thinking, oh, he definitely went to school. The system is absolutely broken. It's designed to oppress. And the majority of people who stick to the rules are lose. This is the knowledge you're only going to learn the hard way. And even after I tell you, you're still not going to implement it because you don't learn even this is not the hard way. But at least if I tell you in advance and it happens, you're like a opponent on their best day. You have to be. Now the money amplifies. Right now the street though.
No, do I enjoy cutting weight? No. I'm an artist, yes. Do I think to myself, what am I doing? Yes.
Yeah, but this all motivation shit. How do you make money, bro? How? There's no such thing what you want to become or what you want to do. It's about making money. It's about the market. That's a wrong way of looking at things. 부모 뿌리쳐 나왔어요. 그 뿌리가 없으니까 우주에 살아야지. 부모랑 뿌리가 없으니까. 부모 찬스 사회에서 많죠. 시장경제 사회에서 자유시장경제 창업을 해야 내가 살 수 있는.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat.
Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia, and the
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people. My fellow citizens.
Fuck off, bitch.
Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Correct.
Ukraine. Iraq.
Anyway,
Invasion of Iraq. What is this shit? Iraq. Invasion of Iraq. I mean, Craig. This is conscious. What he did in Iraq was unforgivable. True. Listen to all the homicidal maniacs laugh. True. Cytomaniacs laugh. Americans were ashamed of Smith. Freudian slip. American minds. It's a war criminal. It's a war criminal. Invasion tour. Iraq.
Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia.
Chicken.
And the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. Nothing crazy. Correct. Anyway, 75. A wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq.
This is the moment Iraqi journalist Murtaza al-Saidi held his shoes of President George W. Bush during a news conference in Baghdad. It was December 14, 2008, nearly 6 years after US-led forces invaded Iraq. Al-Saidi's act was meant to show his anger at the corruption and chaos that immersed his country following the invasion. Now, looking back at the footage almost 15 years later, he is still furious.
هاي الصورة تبقى يعني دليل على أنه في يوم ما شخص بسيط قدر يقول لهذا المتغطرس بكل قوته وجبروته وما يملك من سلاح وإعلام ومال ونفوذ يقول له لا أنت خطأ، أنت قتلت شعب كامل، أنت غيرت مصادر بلدان سواء العراق سواء أفغانستان لبنان سوريا في كل المنطقة.
In the Arab world, throwing shoes at someone is considered a deep insult. Bush, standing next to the then Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, ducked to avoid the footway.
There's an understandable debate over whether the war was worth fighting.
The US president had been criticized across the Middle East for his decision to oust Saddam Hussein, an action launched based on faulty US intelligence that the Iraqi leader had amassed weapons of mass destruction. Al-Zaidi ended up serving 6 months in prison for assaulting a visiting head of state. He says he has never regretted throwing his shoes at Bush.
لما طلعت ما اختلفت هواي يعني نعم الشوق إلى الحرية الشخصية إلى الهواء إلى إنه أنت تقدر تستطيع أن تمارس حياتك الإنسانية مثل ما هي، ولكن أنا خرجت من سجن إلى سجن أكبر، شلون من الزنزانة الانفرادية حولوني إلى زنزانة أكبر من عندها مع 20 شخص، أنا حولوني إلى زنزانة أكبر بها يمكن بها 30 مليون شخص.
Al-Zaidi also blames Washington for installing a political elite that plundered Iraq's wealth. 20 years after the invasion, he says the same corrupt elite continues to ruin the nation.
أمريكا جاءت بالمعمل لتدوير النفايات في العراق.
So boring.
Ten years ago, on March 19, 2003, President Bush announced the start of military action in Iraq, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Up next, his 5-minute address from the Oval Office.
This is an old clip. President Bush, March 19, 2003. Tenth anniversary of Operation Iraqi Freedom.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war. These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. More than 35 countries are giving crucial support, from the use of naval and air bases to help with intelligence and logistics to the deployment of combat units. Every nation in this coalition has chosen to bear the duty and share the honor of serving in our common defense. To all the men and women of the United States Armed Forces now in the Middle East, the peace of a troubled world and the hopes of an oppressed people now depend on you. That trust is well placed. The enemies you confront will come to know your skill and bravery. The people you liberate will witness the honorable and decent spirit of the American military. In this conflict, America faces an enemy that has no regard for conventions of war or rules of morality. Saddam Hussein has placed Iraqi troops and equipment in civilian areas, attempting to use innocent men, women, and children as shields for his own military. A final atrocity against his people. I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization, and for the religious faiths they practice. We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people. I know that the families of our military are praying that all those who serve will return safely and soon. Millions of Americans are praying with you for the safety of your loved ones and for the protection of the innocent. For your sacrifice, you have the gratitude and respect of the American people. And you can know that our forces will be coming home as soon as their work is done. Our nation enters this conflict reluctantly, yet our purpose is sure. The people of the United States and our friends and allies will not live at the mercy of an outlaw regime that threatens the peace with weapons of mass murder. We will meet that threat now with our Army, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, and Marines, so that we do not have to meet it later with armies of firefighters and police and doctors on the streets of our cities. Now that conflict has come, the only way to limit its duration is to apply decisive force. And I assure you, this will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. My fellow citizens, the dangers to our Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
These are Arabs who are going to welcome us as liberators.
Who will govern Iraq when Saddam Hussein is removed?
The U.S. invasion of
There was Sanders back then. What does Sanders think of Iraqi war?
Arabs were going to welcome us as liberators.
Who will govern Iraq when Saddam Hussein is removed?
The U.S. invasion of Iraq was supposed to be easy. The most powerful military in world history. The most powerful.
Must leave Iraq.
Who will govern Iraq when Saddam Hussein is removed?
The U.S. invasion of Iraq was supposed to be easy. The most powerful military in world history would go in, kill the bad guys, and transform Iraq into a democratic, pro-American oasis. But the Iraq War grew up in America's face.
Stuff happens.
And it changed both countries. It changed the entire Middle East. In fact, it changed much of our world forever.
Because you lied! You lied! You lied! You lied!
Should we start? Within weeks of the September 11th attacks, the United States had occupied Afghanistan, where Al-Qaeda was based at the time, and removed the ruling Taliban from power. But very quickly after, the George W. Bush administration began selling another movement. It wanted to invade Iraq. There was no link between 9/11 and Iraq, so the Bush administration began manufacturing justifications. Iraq was in league with Al-Qaeda.
There are Al-Qaeda in a number of locations in Iraq.
Iraqis needed saving from their dictator.
Saddam Hussein's violations of human rights.
Iraq had
weapons of mass destruction.
We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud.
But those weapons of mass destruction were never found. Millions of people knew invading Iraq was wrong. 20 years on, they've been proven right time and time again. The invasion of Iraq resulted in death, destruction, and massive blowback. And it gave us these guys. There's something President George W. Bush said in 2007, 4 years into the invasion of Iraq, that ironically sums up how badly the U.S. messed up. And there's another part of this clip that we'll be coming back to a little later, so pay attention here.
Imagine Iraq where Al-Qaeda has established sanctuaries to safely plot future attacks on targets all over the world.
It's ironic because by the time Bush said this, Al-Qaeda had established itself in Iraq, even though the group wasn't there before the U.S. invaded. As one of the justifications for war, Bush and his officials insisted to an American public still reeling from 9/11 that Al-Qaeda and Iraq were linked.
The reason I keep insisting that there was a relationship between Iraq and Saddam and Al-Qaeda because there was a relationship between Iraq and Al-Qaeda.
Like pretty much all of the Bush administration's justifications for this war, this was a lie. Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda's Osama bin Laden were both Arab men who were once allies of the United States, but they didn't have much else in common. In fact, Al-Qaeda showed up in Iraq only after the U.S. invaded the country, dismantled the Iraqi army and security forces, and created a security vacuum that allowed all sorts of foreign fighters and violent groups to enter. Tapping into anger at the U.S. for invading a Muslim country, as well as the disgust at scandals like the torture at Abu Ghraib, Al-Qaeda was able to recruit and grow into something even more menacing. The invasion of Iraq propelled the group from a small, isolated organization into a genuinely global network that eventually became the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or Iraq and the Levant, as President Obama would say.
ISIL is a direct outgrowth of Al-Qaeda in Iraq that grew out of our invasion, which is an example of unintended consequences.
Those unintended consequences included Al-Qaeda sparking a sectarian civil war in Iraq by bombing some of the holiest sites in Shia Islam. They included hundreds of suicide and car bombings that killed thousands of Iraqis, and they included ISIS at one point controlling not just 40% of Iraq, but about a third of neighboring Syria as well. During the mid-2010s, the group was constantly in the headlines as it killed thousands and thousands of people, not just in Iraq and Syria, but also in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bangladesh, Egypt, India, Tunisia, France, Turkey, Belgium, Indonesia, Russia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Jordan, Germany, Somalia, the UK, Iran, the Philippines, Spain, Algeria, the United States, Nigeria, Sri Lanka. ISIS is no longer as powerful as it was, but It took years of a major US-led military operation that cost thousands more civilian lives, all to solve a problem created by the US occupying Iraq in the first place. Okay, remember that George W. Bush quote from a few minutes ago? This time, I'm going to play the first part of that soundbite as well.
For all those who ask whether the fight in Iraq is worth it, imagine an Iraq where militia groups backed by Iran control large parts of the country.
This is going to be a bit of a running theme here because, again, the US ended up causing the exact things it said it was invading Iraq to prevent. One of its goals in invading Iraq was to make the entire region friendlier to American interests. Instead, the war helped strengthen its biggest adversary. Iran and the United States don't seem to ever agree on much, but in 2003, Saddam Hussein was a common enemy. Iranians hated him because in 1980, he had launched a war against them that lasted 8 years and left 500,000 people dead. It was a brutal war. Iraq used poison gas against Iranian soldiers, and the US helped prolong the fighting by sending weapons to both countries, although most of its support went to one side. So even as Iran was probably glad to see the end of Saddam, the US was strongly hinting that Iran could be next. Here's George W. Bush talking about Iran, Iraq, and North Korea a few months before invading Iraq.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. And all nations should know America will do what is necessary to ensure our nation's security.
But something else happened. Iran, not the US, ended up benefiting the most from the invasion of Iraq. In less than 2 years, the US had ended the rule of Iran's enemies on both its eastern and western borders. Iran and the Taliban had bad blood between them two. Before the US invasion, Iraq was a buffer against Iran's presence in the Arab world. But after the invasion, Iraq became a foothold for Iranian influence to spread in neighboring countries. For example, Iran was able to build supply lines across Iraq to Syria, where Iranian-backed groups fought alongside Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad in that country's war. During the 1980s and 90s, Iran had cultivated and protected Iraqis who opposed Saddam's rule. And it was these Iranian-backed parties that dominated Iraqi.
It's so boring, I can't watch it. WikiLeaks. Oh, how much is WikiLeaks worth? Julian Assange. Where's Julian Assange? Oh. What is this? Ethereum.
Should I try 4chan?
Feedback! Forward! 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 Hadi Sinan! Feedback!
Crossfire wasn't talked about in the handy dandy manual. Dude, why are they shooting towards his allies? What the fuck, bro? Oh, this one. Wow. This is real war, bruh. It's not some Call of Duty or anything. This is real.
We see here a fighting tunnel of Hamas, 15 meters deep, right outside a school, not more than 15 meters outside of the school. This is a school that was donated about 10 years ago by a German organization, and we can see here the cynical usage of schools by Hamas. And we can see here the plaque on the wall. Of the school.
Germany. School shouldn't be like that, bro. Learning shouldn't be like that, in my opinion. Learning should be more like real experience. Some dead bodies. Dead bodies. Oh, they deleted a comment where I made the comment. 중앙대 인스타그램 페이지에 중앙대가 어떤 베트남 갔다 온 거에 페이지에다가 내가 욕 써놨는데 욕까지는 아니었고 뭐라고 비판했는데 지금 이제 베트남 타고 갈 때냐고 지금 의료 대란나고 저 정도고 막 사람들 응급실 뺑뺑이에 사람들 죽어나가고 지방 의료는 사람들 막 죽는 사람도 있는데 지금 베트남 갈 때라고 내가 막 써놨는데 지워졌어 필터돼서. 피곤해. What are they fighting for, though? Fighting for their country. I think he doesn't care about you. 피곤해. I can't see the enemies at all. Not once did I encounter an enemy on camera. Most of it is clearing areas, bro. Most of these wars, or they're not seen. The enemies are not seen most of the time. It's actually clearing, or pre-firing. Bro.
There is a new video of Saddam Hussein after his execution on the internet. It popped up on a fascist website. Voices in the background urge the cameraman to take a quick picture and then leave. Kulak kulak kuliş.
사람이 여기저기 다니면서 사실상 농량이나 다름없는 정책 발표를 하고 있습니다. 그 내용도 보면 8,900조 원에 이르는 어마어마한 예산이 투입되는 약속들입니다. 이 정부가 몇년 후에 그 약속을 지키겠습니까?
지금까지 과학기술 분야 연구 기반과 재원이 절대적으로 부족한 상황이었습니다.
지랄한다. 에디슨 지랄.
결국 이제 아버지한테 연수를 승인이 됐어요. 그때 심정은 어땠습니까?
검찰이나 언론이나 정치권에서 저희 가족을 지난 4년 동안 이렇게 다룬 것들을 보면 정말 가혹했다고 생각합니다. 또 과연 본인들은 스스로에게 아니면 그들의 가족들에게 똑같은 잣대를 적용하는지 묻고 싶습니다.
조국 전 장관 재판부 설명 자료 보면 첫 번째 유죄 항목이 고3 출결 상황 허위예요. 고3 때 아들이 학부 문제로 등교를 못했을 때 인턴 때문이라고 했는데 사실이 아니다. 자녀가 학교 안 갈 때 부모가 사회성애잖아요. 사적인 이유로 적당히 둘러댈 때가 있죠. 그걸 형사 범죄로 본 대한민국 최초의 판결이라고 봅니다. 아이가 아프다고 했는데 병원 안 갔어? 감옥. 아니 그렇게 부모하고 여행 갔어? 감옥.
김건희 학명위조, 병명위조, 논문 표절, 주가 조작, 명품 백, 고발 사주, 종합 특검 알아. 아 목말라. 정의당은 무슨 당이야? 정의당. 얘네들 한 번도 안 들어봤어. 뭐 하는 데인지 왜 있는 거야, 정의당? 6 4 5 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 일하는 사람들의 희망, 기후를 위기를 넘어 녹색으로 정의롭게. 너무 이로운데 얘네들은 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 너무 대한민국이랑 맞지 않게 너무 이로운데 너무 몰라. 모든 시민을 위한 차별 금지법. 멋지다. 이런 애들 너무 시대를 앞서가가지고 사람들이 원포는 거네. 너무 앞서간다. 얘네들은 시대를 한 단계 위야. 조국 혁신당 이런 거 한 단계. Justice. 우등은 녹색 좋은. You're not getting a lot of views though. 아, 아깝다. 뷰를 많이 못 얻네. 최장님 수능 출제를 보면서 야 너무 이로운데. 일가구 3주택 보이는지. 야, 멋지다, 진짜. 근데 너무 앞서가가지고. 야, 현대사, 분권사, 평화사. 야, 진짜 북유럽 같네, 이건. 북유럽 나온 정책들을 펼치네. 아무도 안 따라줘, 근데. 시버클럽, 특강. 한 번 진료를 비롯하여 각종 부실한 의료 서비스 피해는 고스란히 국민들이 받게 됨. 야, 어떤 건 한 2분도 안 됐어. 1분 40초 되는 거 있었어. 야, 이 사람들도 동의하네. 정의당이 하는 거면 맞는 말이야.
당시 11,900원.
그렇게 자꾸 내가 남편이 실수하기만 바라고 자꾸 그러구나. 그 사람들아.
그치.
그렇게 자꾸 내가 남편이 실수하기만 바라고 자꾸 그러구나. 그 사람들아. 젊은 사람들 건강해져. 어? 마음을 좁히고 확 열고 그런 사람. 이 사람들아. 젊은 사람들 건강해져. 어? 마음을 좁히고 확 열고 그런 사람.
한다. 이 팽내하는 소리랑 똑같네. 팽내하는 소리랑 똑같네.
어? 그렇지? 어떻게? 그렇게 생각해? 동해?
대통령이 지금 윤석열 대통령 지지율이 박스권에 갇혀있다. 그래서 내년 총선 얼마 안 남았는데 혹시 조언이나 경고문 해줄 게 있으실까요?
전혀 없어. 내가 하려고 하는 거 없고. 난 내 삶을 잘 살아가고 그래. 너 자꾸 그렇게 뭐 묻지 마라. 이 젊은 사람들이.
당이 어려운 상황이라는 수도 있어서 당이 어떻게 나아갈지 원로로서 한번 해주시면 혹시 조언이나 경고 대통령이 지금 윤석열 대통령 지지율이 박스권에 갇혀있다. 그래서 내년 총선 얼마 안 남았는데 혹시 조언이나 경고 해주실 게 있으실까요?
전혀 없어. 내가 하려고 하는 거 없고.
대통령이 지금 윤석열 대통령 지지율이 박스권에 갇혀있다. 그래서 내년 총선 얼마 안 남았는데 혹시 조언이나 경고 해주실 게 있으실까요?
전혀 없어. 내가 하려고 하는 거 없고. 난 내 삶을 잘 살아가고 그래. 너 자꾸 그렇게 뭐 묻지 마라. 이 젊은 사람들이.
당이 어려운 상황이라는 수도 있어서 당이 어떻게 나아갈지 원로로서 한번 해주시면
그렇게 자꾸 내가 남편이 실수하기만 바라고 자꾸 물어보나. 이 사람들아. 젊은 사람들 건강해져. 어? 그렇지? 어떻게? 그렇게 생각해? 동해?
저희 스케줄 기자라서 여당 출입 하다 보니까 어쩔 수 없이 여쭤볼 수밖에 없어요.
스케줄 기자 여기 왜 왔어? 내가 여기 기자 이런 거 만들 잘 보러 왔습니다.
그만큼 여권 상황이 좋지가 않아서 윤 대통령이 박근혜 전 대통령 만난다는 얘기도 나오는데
얘 그 인물마다 대단히 영광. 직업 대통령. 서울 관광부. A4용지 8만점 분량으로 흔히 말하는 검찰박스 32박스에 검색해봤는데 야, 이 사람들 돈 진짜 많다. 몇백 지금 몇십억에서. 아! 빈출이가 흔들리고 있어. South Korean democracy at stake. 많이 흔들리고 있는데. 참, 무슨 민주주의입니까? 간판만 민주주의지. It's fucked up. It's a fucked up country, man. It's crumbling, man. Crumbling. It's crumbling. 손님들만 힘들고 샹 같은. 너무 힘들다. 너무 미래지향적이다. 좋긴 한데 현실적으로는 빡셀 것 같아. 한국 사람들이 멍청해가지고 약간 엄청 꼰대 같아서 많이 들어. 이건 불가능에 가까워.
네, 이전 대통령께서는 어떻게 좀
좋은 일이지 왜 만나든다고. 좋은 일 아니야.
그만큼 여권 상황이 좋지가 않아서 윤 대통령이 박근혜 전 대통령 만난다는 얘기도 나오는데 이전 대통령께서는 어떻게 좀
좋은 일이지 왜 만나든다고. 좋은 일 아니야.
긍정적으로 보시는 대통령께서는 어떤 조언을 해주고 싶으신지 한 말씀만 부탁드리겠습니다.
내가 좋은 느낌이
뭐 예를 들면 민생 경제가 요즘 많이 어렵다는 얘기도 있는데 그분의 전문가시잖아요.
굉장히 더 어려웠는데. 응? 굉장히 더 어려웠는데. 얘는 무슨 답변을 하고 싶은지 모르지만 이런 원하는 답변이 툭 나올 것 같지 않은데.
박정희 대통령 추모식에는 참석하실까요?
박정희 대통령 추모식.
내일입니다.
나는 뭐 아직 그런 지켜보지 않으니까
내년 총선 앞두고 있죠.
반말하는데 왜 자연스럽지 이 새끼가 하는 건? 너무 반말을 많이 해서 그런가? 이명박 정권 때 이 사람 이명박 정권 뭐 했을까? 정말 죽겠어 나 지금. 정말 죽겠어. 저 버터, 피넛버터 그냥 가지고 있죠. 비상으로. 그냥 비상으로 가지고 있어. 어쩔 수가 없어. 정말 죽겠다. 왜 이렇게 목이 마르지? 배고파. 목말라. 이거 언제 오냐? 추움밖에 없네. 나갔다 오자. 옷이 하나밖에 없으니까 너무 불편해.
보호와 위로를 받아야 될 대통령을 코너로 몰아서 죽게 했기 때문에 이명박 대통령은 저런 대접을 받는 거거든요. 왕관 행동을 적절하게 제대로 하지 않았고요. 국가 기구를 수익 모델로 만들었던 분이다. 그러니까 존경은 못 받습니다. 영화 서울의 봄 때문에 YS통의 업적을 알게 되었죠. IMF로 나라를 망치는 분이지만 하나회를 수청해서 우리나라를 군사 쿠데타의 공포에서 해방시킨 분이고요. 공직자 재산 등록 금융실명제를 대통령 긴급 명령으로 해치웠거든요. 전부 각자의 편에 선 개입이에요. 그래서 재평가를 받을 수 있는데 그러나 이제 이명박 대통령 같은 경우는 박근혜 대통령 같은 경우는 그렇게 재평가를 받을 수 있는 요인이 한 개가 없습니다. 제가 볼 때. 왜냐하면 적절한 보안관 행동을 적절한 양만큼 하지 않았기 때문에 저는 이 생물학적인 사회생물학의 명제에 비춰보면 윤석열 정권의 말로는 진짜 비참한이라고 봐요. 모든 명예와 권력을 다 잊고요. 안위의 손가락질을 받으면서 비참한
노후를 살게 될 거야. 멋지다. 너도 비참한 노후 살게 해줄까? 김우진. 유시민가 한판 붙다. 유시민 가운데 손가락 뭐냐? 영화 스타일 리도.
사학항에서는 이명박 정부를 능가하고요. 문흥함에서는 박근혜 정부를 능가하고요. 그다음에 기괴함에서는 기괴함이라는 면에서는
전두환?
저는 전두환 정권을 능가하는 그런 정부라고 저는 봐요. 그러니까 30%의 잘한다고 대답하는 분들이 있다는 사실 자체를 제가 개탄하지는 않지만 그렇게 응답하는 분도 가슴에 손을 얹고 한번 생각은 해보시라는 거예요.
시민평가는 이명박 정부.
저희 이명박 정부는 많은 깨우침을 주는 훌륭한 정부고 이제 우리는 항상 개념을 가지고 있어요. 악과 싸우고자 하는 무릇 연대해야 한다. 이제 대한민국이 훌륭한 나라로 가기 위해서는 콘크리트가 아니고 사람을 중시해야 된다. 이 세 가지가 저희 이명박 정부는 많은 깨우침을 주는 훌륭한 정부고 이제 우리는 항상 개념을 가지고 있어요.
이명박 정부 때 그 김희진 막 했을 것 같아. 기득권. 쓰레기 정부. 35일 거 아니야? 한 35 정도 돼 보이는데 15년 전에 투표했을 거 아니야. 7살 때. 8살 때. 그 다음에 이명박 정부 때부터 투표했나? 이명박, 그 다음에 박근혜. 노무현, 이명박, 박근혜. 문재인 좋았지. 그 다음에 문재인, 그 다음에 마지막에 윤석열 정부. 쓰레기 같은데. 쓰레기.
저희 이명박 정부는 많은 깨우침을 주는 훌륭한 정부고 이제 우리는 항상 개념을 가지고 있어요.
싸우고자 하는 사람들을 연대해야 한다. 이제 대한민국이 훌륭한 나라로 가기 위해서는 콘크리트가 아니고 사람을 중시해야 된다. 이 생각이
박인선님은 아세요?
자기가 제품 취지를 아시죠?
이때부터 벌써 정지 이랬었네. 와.
자기가 제품 취지를 아시죠? 아시겠죠? 약간 서운한 감정이 있는 분에게 담백한 음식이 있는데 네. 만약에 나오신다면 생각나는 분이 있어요. 누구한테 이 음식을 대접하고 싶다. 나보고 만들어요. 만약에 자기가
나보고 만드셔야겠죠.
네.
만드셔서 전달해야 되는데.
네.
혹시 이거 못 하면
아니.
이게 공짜고 드시더라고요. 딱 먹었으면
알아서 하려는 시간 내어주실 텐데.
만약에 똑같은 입장만 나오시면 그럴 거는 이렇게 읽어줍니다.
아니.
나중에 하라는 거예요.
네. 기회가 궁금해서 누가 떠오르신 분이 있는지.
제가 가서 그냥 지도 해볼게요. 근데 뭘 좋아하시는지 몰라.
그냥
상관이 음식이 좀 포함 주시.
아메리카.
다른 하려는 내 시간 배우는
네. 누구 줄지는 결정이 됐으니까.
아니 저희 하죠. 맞지?
드세요. 부담 갖지 마세요.
하면서 부모께서 우리 작가님한테 드릴 말씀을 제가 적어왔거든요. 방송을 보시면 한번 더 확실히 아시겠지만 한번 소개해 주시죠.
작가보다는 선배라는 음식이 있거든.
지들 그 알았지.
저희는 작가보다도 선배라는 음식이 너무
1년 전에 추천사 관련한 그 일이 제가 좀 소감이 있었는데 돌이켜보면 충분히 이해를 할 수가 있어요.
이 영화 거의 남북 수준 정상회담.
제가 가서 그냥 받을 것 같아.
코하면서 유도신
사악함에서는 이명박 정부를 능가하고요. 무능함에서는 박근혜 정부를 능가하고. 그다음에 기괴함이라는 면에서는 저는 전두환 정권을 능가하는 그런 정부라고 생각합니다.
거죠.
그것을
쓰레기. 아이씨. 씨발.
제일 전 대통령은 책방 열었는데 대통령께서는 뭐 계획하시는 게
이명박 몇 살이야, 얘 지금? 이명박이 몇 살이냐? (72밖에) 안 돼?
문재인 전 대통령은 책방을 열었는데 대통령께서는 그런 대응이거나 뭐 무슨 게 있으신가요?
경제를 포기한 대통령, 노탄에 빠진 인생. 60일은 노무현 전 대통령이 돌아가시고 나서야 이런 생각이 들었다고. 해골이 없는 정치인을 말하는 당시 노무현 전 대통령이 추진했던 개별 정책들은 지지율이 과반을 넘긴 게 거의 없었다고 합니다. 언론개혁, 사학법 개정, 국가보안법 개정, FTA, 심지어 이라크 파병까지도
화면이 빨개지는 것 같습니다. 이게 참 힘들지 않습니까?
그같죠. 중간에 한번 뭐 다시 가다듬고 출발하거나 그런 계기가 없이는 본인이 좀 힘들 것 같아요.
또 샹이야. And shit on, get shit on, man. Get shit on, bitch. Get shit on. Get shit on, bro. Get shit on. 사악함이 진짜 사. 그게 자유시장 경제야 바꾸는 게 씨발 한이 바꿔 경제. 아니 못하면 바꿔야 돼. 아 목말라 죽겠어. 무능하다. 성내가 제일 좋았던 대통령이 누구야? 아 목말라 참. 아 목말라. 분명히
대한민국 그치. 제가 그 졸라 싫어하는데 나 대한민국 얘기하니까 김진 졸라 싫어하는 대한민국이 맞아. 대한민국. I don't care what you wear, money's not real. Money's not real. Do not care. I do not hear. It's absolute trash. Absolute trash, man. 씨발 협박하는데 씨발. 협박하니까 쓰레기. 존나 싫어하네. 아. 그런 거.
우리나라 역대 대통령 중 가장 호감도가 높은 대통령은 누굴까요? 바로 박정희 전 대통령이라는 조사 결과가 나왔습니다. 여론조사기관 리얼미터가 한국 정책과학원 의뢰로 그제 만 18세 이상 500명을 대상으로 역대 대통령
너 페어 저평가 진짜 심하다. 아니요. 저렇게 독재를 하면 죽게 돼 있어.
김재균은 왜 박정희를 살해했을까요? 12.6 사건의 동기에 대한 여러 가지 분석이 있습니다. 김재균 본인은 자유민주주의를 위해 역사를 수행했다고 진술합니다. 유신 헌법을 만들고 삼성기관을 해가면서까지 권좌를 지키고 있는 박정희에 대해 염증을 느꼈고 유신 체제에 대한 부마 항쟁을 보여 충격을 받고 사건을 일으켰다는 것입니다. 정호 실장 최재철과의 권력 다툼에서
반대. 끝까지 반대.
밀렸기 때문이라는 설도 있습니다. 차지철은 경호실 친위대를 만들어 사회를 하거나 경호실 산하에 또 다른 정보기관을 만드는 등의 구월권을 행사했으며 자기보다 8살이나 많고 계급도 훨씬 높았던 김재규를 살해하는 데 성격도 많은 일이 있었습니다. 이에 분노를 줬던 김재규가 차지철과 박정희를 살해했다는 설과 마지막으로 미국이 선수했다는 분석도 있습니다. 박정희는 핵무기를 개발하려 했고 이 위기감을 느낀 미국이 김재규를 사주해서 박정희를 막으려 했다는 설이며 핵심 관련자는 모두 사형당했고 조사 과정에서 합동
That's a false. 덕질 더. 현장 검증이 뭐야? 현장 검증. 저런 분이 있었기 때문에 지금 우리가 민주주의 살고 있는 건 그러니까. 국제 국가들 보면 담당 경제 개념.
대통령은 광복절 기념 행사를 위해 국립극장
빡빡이지. 이때 대통령이 3명이 현자에. 눈은 못 맞췄지만 심장은 맞췄지.
때는 박정희 정권 시절 시찰을 위해 전주에 들린 박.
그럼 정치학의 중심 질문은 뭐냐? 최악의 인물이 권력을 잡아도 나쁜 짓을 마음껏 하지 못하게 하는 방법이 뭐냐? 그것이 정치학의 중심 질문이 돼야 된다. 는 게 포포의 주장이었어. 민주주의는 원래부터 훌륭한 사람의 당선을 보장하지 않는다는 거예요. 그러니까 아주 사악하거나 아주 무능하거나 혹은 둘 다인 인물이 권력을 잡을 수도 있다고 그 책에 나와 있어요. 그래도 아까 서복경 교수님 말씀처럼 임기를 제한했고 권력을 분산해 두었고 그 다음에 여러 가지 헌법상의 기본권 조항으로 견제 장치를 만들었기 때문에 사악한 동시에 지극히 무능한 자가 권좌에 앉아도 악을 마음껏 저지르지 못하는 것이 민주주의의 강점이다.
민주주의라는 개념 자체가 넘어선 것 같은데 지금은. 사회주의 쪽으로 가면 진영 쪽으로 가면 개개인의 힘이 많아야 된다.
저는 그 나라의 민주주의 수준을 그게 몇 가지로 보는데요. 물론 대표적인 거예요. 좋은 언론이 있느냐. 그 다음에 대학이 괜찮으냐. 전문직이 전문직 의식이 똑바로 갖춰져 있느냐. 시민 중요한데 시민은 터져 있잖아요. 시민의 수준을 전반적으로 나누면 굉장히 어렵거든요. 결국에는 간접적으로 증명하는 게 바로 정당, 언론, 대학, 전문직의 수준입니다. 우리나라
언론, 대학.
민주주의가 시민들
언론들이 제일 문제입니다. 저. 언론들이 제일 문제입니다. 저. 대학 복사하기 장사시기. 전문직 의대 못간 떨거지 수준. 기득권들이 장악고 있는 곳들이네요. 정당, 언론, 대학, 검찰, 고위공직공무원, 기업 임원들 수준. 시민들이 이 사람들을 호도해서 끌고 와죠. 그렇지. 정금이 그 시발 새끼가 졸라 뭐 존경하는 사회적으로 존경하는 맞는 의사나 변호사 뭐 이런 전문직이는 뭐 어쩌고 저쩌고 말하던데 아주 병신같이 말하더라고. 호도하다.
저는 그날의
자유민주주의 위기다라는 대통령의 인식이 정말 저는 큰 위기라고 생각합니다. 이 북한의 위기를 끌어당기는 건 누구냐? 민주당. 북한에 호응하는 민주당. 게다가 이들을 옹호하는 언론. 여기다 여론조사까지 엉터리로 해서 민 여론을 호소하고 있는 여론조사입니다. 이렇게가 전부 다 세트로 해가지고 지금 자유민주주의를 위협하고 있다라는 인식. 네. 그러니까 이 적들을 다 물리쳐야 된다. 네. 라고 한. 그러니까 물리칠 사람 엄청 많아지는 거죠. 민주주의를 위협하는 세력들을 일수하겠다라는 선언은 사실 대국민 투쟁 선언이라고 봐야 되기 때문에
전적으로 이제 김성애 소장님의 해석인 것 같고요.
네.
실제로 안팎으로 위협하는 세력이 없지 않죠. 근데 윤석열 대통령 말에 뭔가 딱 잡아서 그렇게 과도하게 해석하시는 것은
네.
제가 약간 좀
자유민주주의 위기다라는 대통령의 인식이 정말 저는 큰 위기라고 생각합니다. 이 북한의 위기를 끌어당기는 건 누구냐? 민주당. 북한에 호응하는 민주당. 게다가 이들을 옹호하는 언론. 여기다 여론조사까지 엉터리로 해서 민 여론을 호소하고 있는 여론조사입니다. 이렇게가 전부 다 세트로 해가지고 지금 자유민주주의를 위협하고 있다는 인식. 네. 그러니까 이 적들을 다 물리쳐야 된다. 네. 라고 하니까 물리칠 사람 엄청 많아집니다. 민주주의를 위협하는 세력들을 일수하겠다는 선언은 사실 대국민 투쟁 선언이라고 봐야 되기 때문에
전적으로 이제 김성애 소장님의 해석인 것 같고요.
네.
실제로 안팎으로 위협하는 세력이 없지 않죠. 근데 윤석열 대통령 말에 뭔가 딱 잡아서 그렇게
씨발 목말라 죽겠다. 아니 이거 와라. 목말라. 물 좀 사올게. 씨발. 돈 별로 안 남았는데. 물통 몇 개 좀 사오자. 탄산이 괜찮으니까. 씨발 너무 목말라 죽겠다. 최악인. 최악인. 흑사큰.
아 목말라 죽겠어. I need water.
추가요. 물 마시니까 좀 괜찮아졌다. 물 더 마시자.
아시다시피 국가 채무는 절대 액수의 증가보다 더 중요한 지표다. GDP와 대비하는 비율입니다. 그 비율에서 아시다시피 절대 액수도 그 1.5가 들어가지만 중요한 기간 중에 더 중요한 거는 12%포인트가 들어갔습니다. 5년 동안 저희는 지난 4년간 그 GDP 차지하는 국가 채무 비율이 3%포인트 들어갔습니다. 그리고 이거를 2013년에 0%. 그러니까 중간을 줄이겠다는 목표에 이번에 나름대로 복지 재정을 28%나 늘리면서 28.5% 정도 총 지출해서 그러면서도 다른 것을 줄여서 균형 예산을 짜고 그거에 대해서는 도대체 저희가 어떻게 해석해야 할지 상당히 혼란스럽다. 그래서 그거에 대해서 좀 우선 좀 답변을 한번 좀 해주셨습니다.
예. 이수석께서 갑자기 공격이 최선의 방어가 이렇게 나오시는 것 같은데요. 먼저 앞부분에서 몇 가지 말씀하신 거에 대해서 제가 일일이 이렇게 언급하기보다는 큰 틀에서 한번 말씀드리죠. 이제 아까 모두의 외국과의 비교를 이렇게 하셨어요. 데이터상으로 보면 그렇게 나옵니다. 이 평가가 참 어렵다고 제가 처음에 말씀드린 것처럼 어떤 현상이 어느 시기에 경제 현상이 있었을 때 그 원인이 그 시기에 있었던 것이냐, 그 전에 있었던 것이냐, 안에 있는 것이냐, 밖에 있었던 것이냐,
구분하게 처벌했습니다. 우리가 지금 겪고 있는 경제적인 어려움 중에서 어떤 대목이 대통령의 정책 실패에 기인한 것이냐 이것도 가려내기가 굉장히 어려워요. 이제 그런 측면 중에 하나가 이 경제 성장률 비교를 외국과 하는 것, 전 세계 평균화. 이제 97년도에 한나라당 정권이 IMF를 일으켜가지고 나라를 국가부도 상황으로 몰아넣은 이후에 그 상황은 뭐냐면 전 세계는 다 평화로운데 우리만 불이 났어요 지금. 다른 남들은 다 멀쩡한데 우리만 불이 나서 확 망했습니다. 그래서 이 불이 외국으로 이웃으로 번지면 안 되니까 IMF에서 와서 강제로 불을 끄면서 우리한테 뭐 한 데서 잠자라부터 시작해서 밥은 나눠 먹어라 이걸 다 해줬어요. 근데 울며 겨자 먹기 그걸 받아들였습니다. 그리고 나서 한 10년 동안 그 불타버린 폐허 위에서 나라를 재건하느라고 굉장히 힘들었어요. 그러니까 그때 외국보다 우리가 좀 못했던 겁니다. 10년 동안
정부 10년. 그치. 그 뭐냐 노무현도 있었고 김대중도 있었네.
그 불타버린 폐허 위에서 나라를 재건하느라고 굉장히 힘들었어요. 그러니까 그때 외국보다 우리가 좀 못했던 겁니다. 근데 그 일으킨 장본인들이 그걸 다 극복하고 나니까 이제 와갔어요. 그러니까 그때 외국보다 우리가 좀 못했던 겁니다. 근데 그 일으킨 장본인들이 그걸 다 극복하고 나니까 이제 와가지고 그 다음 불은요. 그냥 불이 안 났고 이웃에서 불이 났어요. 레이먼 브라더스 미국발 금융위기. 또는 뭐 남유럽발 재정위기 이런 것들은 우리는 괜찮아요. 다 극복했어. 이웃집에서 불이 나서 이웃집 불이 우리 집으로 안 번지게 하기 위해서 간단하게 물을 뿌렸어요. 그 물 뿌린 거는 예전 대통령들이 남겨준 외환 보유고 3천억 불 정도 됐잖아. 아까 3천억 불 정도 됐는데 그걸로 불을 끈 거 아닙니까? 못 번져 오게. 그러니까 이렇게 복잡하게 이렇게 했기 때문에 이거를 정권대로 잘라서 이렇게 비교해. 그러시게 되면 우리한테 공정한 평가가 어렵다고 말씀드리고요. 연구원에서 제가 볼 때는 성장률이 낮은 것이 그런 원인이 있습니다. 또
뭐 불 끄느라 명박이도 수고했고 3%도 안 되는 성장률 뭐 그 정도는 봐줄게. 심판만인 게 아니네요. 명박이 봐줄게. 자기 정부, 친부 정부. 우리 정부.
불이 났기 때문에 우리 집만 안할 수가 없어요. 그런 점에서 이 3%도 안 되는 성장률의 책임을 이명박 대통령의 정책 실패에만 전적으로 책임을 묻기는 어렵다는 점을 제가 인정합니다. 그러나 그럼에도 불구하고 이 물가 관리만큼은 실패한 것이라고 저는 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 정권 초기부터 인위적으로 수출 기업들에게 특혜를 주고 수출을 부추겨서 경제 성장을 올리는 목적으로 인위적으로 환율을 건드려가지고 굉장히 고환율로 지난 정부 말점에 950원, 아니 860원까지 떨어졌던 환율을 1,300원까지 끌어올렸습니다. 이것 때문에
몰이잖아. 경제학 나오는 거는.
지난 정부 때는 30분율로 지난 정부 말점에 950원, 아니 860원까지 떨어졌던 환율을 1,300원까지 끌어올렸습니다. 이것 때문에 지난 정부 때는 30불을 했던 그 유가가 100불까지 갔지만 국내 유가가 그렇게 많이 오르지 않았어요. 환율이 1,300원에서 850원까지 내려왔습니다. 지금은 국제물가 오르는 데다가 환율까지 엄청나게 관리를 실패해서 그것 때문에 고물가가 왔다 이 점을 제가 지적하고 싶고요. 그런데 국가 채무도 그 말씀하신 게 맞아요. 참여정부 때 많이 늘어났습니다. 참여정부 때 그렇게 늘어난 국가 채무의 대부분이 뭐였냐? IMF 때 들어간 공적 자금이
국가 채무로 전환돼서 온 것이 대부분이었고요. 그렇습니다. 네, 이제 환율 우리나라하고 통화가 좀 불안정했기 때문에 그것을 안정시키기 위한 외국환 경영 채권 기금과 관련돼 있는 금융 채무가 많았어요. 그건 나중에 주됩니다. 전부 다 공적 자금도 그렇고 아마 IMF 때 들어간 공적 자금이 국제물가 오르는 데다가 환율까지 환율로 지난 정부 말점에 950원 아니 860원까지 떨어졌던 환율을 1,300원까지 떨어올렸습니다. 이것 때문에 지난 정부 때는 30%를 하던 했던 그 국가가 100%까지 갔지만 국내유가가 그렇게 많이 오르지 않았습니다. 환율이 1,300원에서 850원까지 내려왔습니다. 지금은 국제물가 오르는 데다가 환율까지 엄청나게 관리를 실패해서 그것 때문에 고물가가 왔다 이런 걸 제가 지적하고 싶고요. 그다음에 국가 채무도 그 말씀하신 게 맞아요. 참여정부 때 많이 늘어났습니다. 참여정부 때 그렇게 늘어난 국가 채무의 대부분이 뭐냐? 아마 IMF 때 들어간 공적 자금이 국가 채무로 전환돼서 온 것이 대부분이었고요. 그다음에 이제 환율 우리나라 통화가 계속 불안정했기 때문에 그것을 안정시키기 위한 외국환 경영 채권 기금과 관련돼 있는 금융 채무가 많았어요. 그건 나중에 주됩니다. 공적 자금도 그렇고 적자성, 그러니까 재정 적자로 인한 채무는 집권 5년 동안 18조 5천 원밖에 안 됐어요. 근데 이명박 대통령 지금 집권하고 해마다 20조 원 규모의 국채를 보내겠죠. 그러니까 이 집권 4년간 65조 원, 제가 알기로 65조 원 내외의 적자성 채무를 기록했지 않습니까? 그러니까 이 문제는 그러니까 감세를 부자 감세를 해서 돈이 없어지니까 할 수 없이 국채를 발행하는 거예요. 그래서 채무 증가 자체는
부자 부주다.
100조밖에 안 되지만 그 100조의 대부분이 적자성 채무라는 거. 이거는 이걸 팔아서 메꿀 수 있는 게 아니에요. 기업에 넣은 거는 주식 팔면 나중에 나오지만 그 점은 차이가 있다는 말씀드리고요. 이명박 대통령이 아주 잘하신 거 한 가지만 꼽으라면 제가 이 보육 정책을 참여정부 이후에 계속해서 늘려온 거. 이것은 제가 지켜나가겠습니다. 그러니까 제가 오기 전에 대통령께서 이명박 정부는 이 국가 채무에 대해서는 분명히 제가 그건 나중에 해주됩니다. 전부 다 공적처럼. 그래서 채무 증가 자체는 100조밖에 안 되지만 그 100조의 대부분이 적자성 채무라는 거. 이거는 이걸 팔아서 메꿀 수 있는 게 아니에요. 기업에 넣은 거는 주식 팔면 나중에 나오지만 그 점은 차이가 있다는 말씀드리고요. 이명박 대통령이 아주 잘하신 거 한 가지만 꼽으라면 제가 이 보육 정책을 참여정부 이후에 계속해서 늘려온 거. 이것은 제가 칭찬해드리겠습니다. 그러니까 제가 오기 전에
하지 마시죠. 하도 없어서 그거 하는 지금.
네, 대통령께서 뭘 잘하신 날을 계속 찾아봤는데 하나도 안 보여서 굉장히 고민하고 있었는데 오늘 아침에 그 발표가 난 걸 제가 언론에서 보고 이것은 오늘 아침 발표가 아니라고 지난 4년간 영유아 보육에 대해서는 꾸준히 보건복지부에서 발표가 난 걸 제가 언론에서 보고 이건 오늘 아침 발표가 전에 대통령께서 뭘 잘하신 날을 계속 찾아봤는데 하나도 안 보여서 굉장히 고민하고 있었는데 오늘 아침에 그 발표가 난 걸 제가 언론에서 보고 이것은 오늘 아침 발표가 아니라고 지난 4년간 영유아 보육에 대해서는 꾸준히 보건복지부에서 예산 지출을 증가해왔기 때문에 이것 하나는 잘못인 거다.
국가 채무에 대해서는 분명히 제가 말씀드렸고 아시다시피 국가 채무는 절대 액수의 증가보다 더 중요한 지표다. GDP와 대비하는 비율입니다. 그 비율에서 뭐 아시다시피 절대 액수도 1.5배가 늘어났지만 보면 좀 기간 중 더 중요한 거는 12%포인트가 늘어났습니다. 5년 정도 5년 동안 저희는 지난 4년간 GDP 차지한 국가 채무 비율이 3%포인트 늘어났습니다. 그리고 이거를 2013년에 0%
말 진짜 잘한다. 또 없지. 서울대 경제학 석사한테 경제를 덤비네. 피자 출신 경제학. 피터 브래긴 박사. 피터 브래긴 박사. 에이소 갱글. 통계로 팩트 따위니까. 지금 정치하지는 않지만 문제는 실체만으로 접해드리는 플레이어를 지금 설만 보면 제가 공명급인데 정치는 왜 안 하시는 거예요? 제일 존경하시는 분이 정치하지 말라고 하셨죠. 그렇지 안 좋다고. 역시나 고 노무현 대통령이 사람 볼 줄 아는 사람인데 거의. 일괄 보면 무슨 있고. 그렇게 쉽게 이야기하지. 시민 대통령 하면 안 되나?
임기 중에 나와서 대통령 후보가 되고 국회 후보가 되는 이 상황. 이 문제에 대해서 국민들이 이번에 많은
정말 지금 본회의 유치를
해왔다는 것을 인정할 수밖에 없어요. 이재명 후보가요. 엄청나게 캠페인을 잘했고 열심히 했고 그리고 뭐 이대로 간다면 아쉬운 패배를 하게 될지 모르겠으나
패배했다고 해서 정치 인생이 끝날 것도 아니고요. 그러니까 그 민주당에서도 이 점을 저는 충분히 인식하려고 보고요. 그다음에 이제 국회의원들에게는 국회의원서가 더 중요하죠. 2년.
이제 향후 정부 전망들을 얘기해.
설 예 대본을 1월
뭐 건설적 비판을 하는 다수 야당으로서 자기의 역할을 해나가면서 선거라는 것은 뭐 무한반복이
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까. 유시민, 유시민 씨 올해 60입니다. 귀가 세. 그렇지만 유시민 노무현재단에서는 아직 이방성한 잘쓴 평소유서로 알려졌던 청년, 먼저 재능 넘치는 사람. 그러나 국회의원이 됐을 때 하얀 바지 잘 입고 옳은 말을 싹 정한 정치. 잘쓴 평소유서로 알려졌던 청년, 먼저 재능 넘치는 사람. 그러나 국회의원이 됐을 때 하얀 바지 잘 입고
오늘
평판을 이겼던 사람, 옳은 말을 싸가지 없이 한다. 이런 말을 자신의 말발로 누구든 설득할 수 있다고 믿습니다. 장관도 했고 베스트셀러 작가도 했고 유튜브도 하고 지금은 대선 출마역으로 배를 젓는 사람. 네, 오늘은 이다하 유시민에 대한 작전합니다. 네, 오늘 유시민 이사장이 주인공이기 때문에 정치는 생략하고 이름으로 하겠습니다. 유시민은 최근 모친상을 치르고 돌아왔죠. 모친이 2년 반 동안 뇌경색을 앓으셨던 분이고 작별 연습을 해오고 갑작스러운 일은 아니었다고 당당하게 말했습니다. 담배 가게를 하면서 생계를 꾸렸던 분이라고 합니다. 유시민은 모친상을 치른 뒤에 최근 한 신문과 장문의 인터뷰를 했습니다. 유시민은 이렇게 말했습니다. 설령 진보 계열이 위기에 몰리거나 그런 상황이 돼도 제가 정계에 복귀할 의무는 없다. 제 마음은 변하지 않을 것입니다. 대선 불출마를 다시 한번 다짐하는 바입니다. 그러나 유시민은 노무현 대통령 10주기 시민문화제에서 양정철 민주연구원장과 이렇게 말했습니다. 하고 싶은 것은 뜻대로 안 되는데 안 하고 싶은 것은 뜻대로 된다. 이건 무슨 말일까요? 당연히 유시민의 손뜻은 뒷부분에 있습니다. 안 하고 싶지만 등 떠밀려 나갈 수 있는 것 아니냐 이렇게 해석되고 있는 것이죠. 최근 인터뷰에서도 자신의 대선 출마와 관련해서 이렇게 말했습니다. 당장 먹을 밥은 아니지만 무사시에 먹을 수 있는 식재료를 비추기는 좋으니까요. 당장 먹을 밥. 이건 앞에 나서는 대선 후보들 비축 식재료. 이건 무사시 대타로 뜰 수 있는 겁니다. 자신이 그러한 상황이라는 뜻이죠. 유시민은 양정철 앞에서 중이 제 머리 못 깎는다. 뭐 이런 수단도 얘기했습니다. 내가 정계 의퇴를 반복해서 확인해 왔는데 어떻게 내 입으로 대선 출마 얘기를 하냐. 양정철 당신이 내 등을 좀 떠밀어 나오. 그 당시에 평화당의 박지원 의원도 그가 출마한다고 말했습니다. 팟캐스트에 출연했을 때 자기원이 시민에게 앞으로 대통령이 되서 아마 대통령을 하자 이렇게 말했더니 시민에서 그렇게 하자 이랬다는 거죠. 한 민주당 의원은 말했습니다. 유시민은 응원단장이 되겠다고 생각했지만 그라운드의 주전 선수가 응원단장이 너무 인기가 짙을 경우에 유시민이 선수로 될지 응원단장이 될지는 지켜봐야 합니다. 자, 여기서 김광현이 분석 들어갑니다. 먼저 민주당 쪽 장룡들의 면면을 결코 만만치 않습니다. 안희정 전 충남지사 2심에서 유죄 판결 현재 소감 중입니다. 일단 첫차 보겠습니다. 조국 민정수석 이 조수석은 매우 이례적으로 지난 5.18 기념식의 모습을 보였습니다. 총선에서 부산 차출론에 힘이 실리는 상황입니다. 아마 기림돌이 될 수 있습니다.
진보계열 진보계열 사람 사는 세상 노무현 재단 노무현 현이든
다음 이재명 경기지사 결코 가벼운 상태. 이낙연 총리 과거에도 현재 여권에서 대선주자 선호도 1위를 차지하고 있습니다. 박원순 서울시장 자타박공이라는 유력주자 임종석 전 비서실장 종로에 출마해서 바람을 일으키면 그 역시 무력주자가 김부겸 의원 평안도 장관 등 잘 맞췄고 최근 지역구인 대구에서 부지런히 서울까지 오가고 있습니다. 김경수 경남지사 이 사람은 교통 사건을 뛰어넘더니 이제는 확실한 친노 적자로 인정받고 자 그렇다면 유시민이 조국, 이재명, 이낙연, 박원순, 임종석, 김부겸, 김경수 이렇게 7명 장룡들과 당내 경선에서 맞붙었을 때 과연 승산이 있을까요? 여의도 사정에 적통한 모자만 이런 활용이 있었습니다. 유시민은 김대중, 노무현, 문재인을 잇는 다음 대통령과 아주 간절하게 하지만 결국 유시민은 대선에 출마하지 않을 것이다. 이유는 단순하다. 대통령이 될 수 없다는 사실을 본인이 누구보다 잘 알고 것이기 때문에 왜 이런 판단이 나올까요? 유시민은 정치 은퇴 선언을 한 시점에 이미 자신은 불쏘시개가 될 수는 있을지언정 100번을 잡을 수 없다는 계산서가 나와 있죠. 응원단장을 할 수는 있어도 주장선수가 될 수 없다는 계산서 열린민주당을 개선한 대통합 민주신당의 대선 후보 경선 이후에 유시민은 지금의 민주당 쪽과 거리를 두고 왔습니다. 노무현 서거 이후에 그는 내내 혼자였습니다. 현실 정치의 기반도 조직도 없습니다. 여권의 주류인 친노 친문 세력과도 결이 다르고 비주류와도 선택이 어렵습니다. 이게 여의도에서 유시민 불출마를 내다보는 근거입니다. 게다가 최근 유시민은 한국당의 신재철 의원과 1980년 합숙에 있었던 진술서 배신자 논쟁을 벌여 아무 이득도 없었고 또 황교안 한국당 대표를 두고 광주 시민에게 쳐다보지도 말을 섞지도 악수도 하지 말라고 했다는 논란 그리고 아직도 패스팅 비난에 휩싸여 청와대와 김정숙 여사에게 큰 부담을 안기고 있습니다.
욕하는 사람이 많네. 뭔가 이제 만난 말도 개싸가지로 하는 유 선생 싸우면서 좋다.
그것이 지금 유시민의 현 주소라고 할 수 있습니다.
이낙연이 누구야?
가장 강력한 대단한 유시민 작가가 될 가능성이 높다는 생각을 했는데 여러 가지 면에서 볼 때 대중적인 화제를 불러일으키는 능력이나 번역에서 이런 거 써서 능력이나 잠재력이 큰 틀림없죠. 근데 유시민 작가가 나오면 대중에서 나오는
인간이랑 기타 전환에 대한 문제다. 사실 이 부분은 사실 논의할 가치가 이제 정부가 발표한 전문 인간 전문의 정관의 증거 현재 인간의 수요를 사실 있습니다. 인간이라서 교육을 도저히 할 수 없는 수준이고 특히 예전에 중국 대학교가 거쳐
윤석열 지지하고 의사들 극우 보수 많아. 윤석열 지지하고 망했다. 보수끼리 싸우고 의사 편이 없다. 극우 보수끼리 밥그릇 싸움. 환승 좀 하자. 그러니까 쓰레기라고.
한짤 떠나면 결국 의사들이야. 그 목소리 나와가지고 윤석열 지지했어. 미치겠다. 쌍문. 쓰레기라고 욕. 가세요. 쓰레기. 독점 희수성 유지하라고 애쓴다.
세계 어디서도 볼 수 없는 이것들. 이미지 어떻게 했냐? 제발. 어디 갔어? 가만히 있지? 계속 체크하고 있어. 제발. 찍혔을 거야. 상담하면서. 다 그거가 그럴 사람마다 개웃기다. 세계 어디서도 볼 수 없는 웹 테러리스트. 웹 테러리스트.
저희 백발한 교수님들 자체 방향이 이게 저희가 결정하는 크게 충분히 승계라고 생각을 하지 않고요. 그냥 저희가 결정하는 내용에 있어서는 정부의 협의에도 적극적으로 관리되고 있습니다.
기자회견들이 언론께서도 질문해 주셨는데 우리 더불어민주당 대표님 한 말씀 하셔가지고
경남의 중심 창원 시민 여러분 안녕하십니까? 더불어민주연합 공동대표 백세연입니다. 저희 더불어민주연합은 더불어민주당이 소수정당과 시민단체와 함께 만든 연합 비례정당입니다. 네, 대한민국 역사상 최초의 연합 정치를 지금 보고 계시는 겁니다. 정치의 힘은 강하죠? 저희 더불어민주연합 후보들은 모두 국민들의 각계 각층의 국민 목소리를 대변할 수 있는 현장 실천가들입니다. 저는 1월까지 교육계에서 근무하던 선생님이었고요. 저희 지금 윤 정권을 심판하러 나온 교육 전문가입니다. 저희 더불어민주연합 모든 대표들이 그렇습니다. 전문가이 아닙니다. 이렇게 현장에서 실천한 실천가들이 국회에 가면 정말 일 잘하겠지요? 더불어민주연합이 압도적으로 지지율을 얻어야 입법권을 수호할 수 있습니다. 여러분, 우리 몰빵을 외치고 있는데 몰빵은 전폭적인 지지를 뜻합니다. 저희는 더불어 몰빵 정신으로 국민들께 몰빵하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
벌써 끝난 거야?
안녕하십니까. 조국혁신당 대표 조국입니다. 검찰의 조직적인 범죄 행위가 드러났습니다. 수사 과정에서 범인을 벗어난 압수수색으로 얻은 민감한 개인정보를 폐기해야 되는 사생활 정보를 보관하고 활용하고 있다고 합니다. 명백한 불법입니다. 검찰의 민간인 불법 사찰 도구인 DNA의 민낯이 드러난 것입니다. 탐사보도 전문 매체인 뉴스버스의 관련 보도는 충격적입니다. 법원이 발부한 압수수색 영장에 포함되지 않은 압수수색 대상이 아닌 개인정보와 사생활이 담긴 휴대전화 정보를 검찰이 불법적으로 수집, 관리, 활용해왔다는 것입니다. 수사와 관련 없는 정보는 즉각 폐기해야 합니다. 아무리 수사 대상자라고 하더라도 영장에서 허용하지 않은 디지털 기계에 담긴 SNS 대화, 문자 메시지, 녹음 자료, 이메일, 동영상 등을 수집하고 활용하는 것은 민간인 사찰이나 다름없습니다. 디지털 기술의 발전에 발맞춰 진화한 신종 디지털 범죄입니다. 검찰이 캐비넷에 보관해온 민감한 정보를 필요한 때에 꺼내 정적을 탄압하고 정치에 개입하기 위해 활용하는 것은 더 이상 영화 속 이야기가 아닙니다. 검찰 캐비넷은 그 자체로 공포입니다. 그런데 이제 검찰이 철제 캐비넷이 아니라 D넷이라고 불리는 디지털 캐비넷을 사용하고 있다는 것 아닙니까? 구체적인 범죄 행위는 고위공직자 범죄수사처의 수사와 국정조사를 통해 곧 밝혀질 것입니다. 대한민국 국민은 자신이 잘못하지 않아도 누구나 압수수색을 당할 수 있습니다. 이 경우 스마트폰에 보관 중인 연인과의 사진, 친구와 주고받은 문자, 메시지, 이메일 등 지극히 사적인 파일을 검찰이 나 몰래 보관하고 있을 가능성이 크다는 것입니다. 이런 민간인 불법 사찰 행위는 윤석열 검찰총장 시절 대검찰청 예규를 만들어 공공연하게 조직적으로 이루어졌다고 합니다. 법원은 압수수색 영장을 발부할 때 그 대상을 엄격히 제한하고 있습니다. 수사와 관련 없는 정보까지 들여다보지 못하도록 하는 겁니다. 법원의 압수수색 영장이 금지하고 있는 행위를, 당연히 대한민국 헌법이 금지하고 있는 행위를 대검찰청 업무지침 예규로 만들었다는 겁니다. 윤석열 검찰총장은 당시부터 검찰공화국을 만들 준비를 미리 하고 있었던 것입니다. 조국혁신당은 이미 지난주에 윤석열, 김호수, 이원석 등 전현직 검찰총장과 강백신 서울중앙지검 광부패 수사 1부장 등 특수부 검사들을 고위공직자 범죄수사처에 고발했습니다. 직권남용과 개인정보보호법 위반 혐의입니다. 조국혁신당은 22대 국회에서 더불어민주당 등 뜻을 같지 않은 야당과 함께 검찰의 불법 민간인 사찰 의혹 진상 규명을 위한 국정조사를 추진하겠습니다. 그리고 책임자가 확인되면 반드시 정치적, 법적 책임을 묻겠습니다. 조국혁신당은 오늘 공포의 대검 D넷 피해자 신고센터를 개설했습니다. 센터장은 저 우측에 서 계신 판사 출신으로 법제처장을 역임한 김형현 후보가 맡았습니다. 검찰의 불법적인 디지털 캐비넷에 의해 피해를 입었거나 피해를 입은 것으로 우려되는 시민들은 조국혁신당 홈페이지 안에 검찰 전장 캐비넷 신고센터로 신고해 주시길 바랍니다. 그리고 검찰은 대검 서버 D넷을 손대지 말고 그대로 보존하십시오. 공수처의 압수수색을 기다려야 합니다. 시민 여러분, 겁내지 마십시오. 여러분들이 아니라 저들 검찰이 잘못한 것입니다. 감사합니다.
그러니까 걔들이 취급 받아왔던 거는
대통령의 입장선에 의료계의 반응은 엇갈리고 있습니다. 대화 제2에 긍정적인 반응도 있지만 2,000명 증원부터 백지화하라는 반발의 목소리도 나왔습니다. 오늘 일괄 사직서 제출을 예고한 의대 교수들은 오늘 긴급 총회를 열어서 앞으로 대응 방안을 논의할 예정입니다. 남주현 기자입니다.
예상치 못한 정부의 입장 선회에 의대 교수들 사이에서도 입장이 서로 엇갈리고 있습니다. 서울의대 교수 비대위는 긍정적 신호라는 입장을 내놨습니다. 입장문을 통해 전공의 압박 중 일부를 중단한 것과 협의체 구성을 제안한 것은 긍정적인 신호라며 협의체와 관련한 구체적인 안을 신속하게 마련해 주길 바란다고 밝혔습니다. 그러면서 현재 진행 중인 의대 증원 조치를 잠시 중단하고 신중히 재검토해달라고 요청했습니다. 반면 2,000명 증원부터 철회해야 한다는 강경한 입장도 적재하는데 고대의대 교수 비대위는 오늘 아침 총회를 열고 단체로 사직서를 제출했습니다. 한동훈 위원장을 만난 전국 의과대학 교수협의회는 잠시 후 연세의료원에서 기자회견을 열고 입장을 밝힐 예정입니다. 20여 곳 대학의 교수들의 일괄 사직을 재결의한 전국 의대 교수 비대위의 변재수 위원장은 예정대로 사직서를 제출할 건지 묻는 SBS 질의에 오늘 총회를 열어 결정하겠다고 답했습니다. 차기 회장 선거를 진행 중인 의사협회는 신임 회장이 선출된 이후에 후계자들이 마주 앉는 자리를 마련할 계획이라며 실무 작업에 착수했다고 밝혔습니다. SBS 남주현입니다. 여러 결정하겠다고 답했습니다. 차기 회장 선거를 진행 중인 의사협회는 신임 회장이 선출된 이후에 협의체 참여 여부를 검토할 것으로 알려졌습니다. 총리실은 의료계와 협의해 이른 시일 안에 한덕수 국무총리와 의료계 관계자들이 마주 앉는 자리를 마련할 계획이라며 실무 작업에 착수.
이거를 안 풀어.
할 것이며 증가 정도에 의한 연연
미국에서 한국으로 연락을 해서 교수인 부모들로부터 직접 그 답안을 받아서 제출한 것으로부터 이것이 관행이었다? 이럴 수도 있다? 아니 대한민국에서 도대체 어떤 부모가 그렇게 할 수가 있습니까? 여기서 명령령 1%도 안 될 겁니다. 그리고 이분이 평소에 항상 평등, 공정, 정의 이런 거 말씀해 오셨던 건 아니십니까?
제가 볼 때는 이 정도 아주 특수대칭 특권층의 자녀들이 이런 일을 벌인다는 거 부모가 그런 창피한 줄을 알아야 되는데 너무 당당하다, 너무 억울하다 이렇게 나오는
조국질까 아닌 민주당. 저는 좀 더 전투적인데 그래도 저는 조국 그 사람도 문제였잖아. 조기 펼치는 정책을 보면 그래도 전투적인 경우에는 좀 새로운 당이잖아. 새로운 당을 올리는 게 나을 것 같은데.
저는 이제 제 스스로 좀 고칠 표현입니다만 꼴값을 떨 때 너무
네.
싫은데요. 자기 스스로 자기가 대단한 사람인 것처럼 또 대단한 권한을 가진 것처럼 착각을 하고 남들을 보면은 최대한 그거를 과시하고 싶어하는 증세가 있는 사람들이 있습니다.
그러니까. 과시하고 싶다.
그게 너무 항상 짜증이 나고
그냥 과시하고. 꼭 해서 돼.
대통령은 여당이 있기 때문에 정치에 국정이 설명한다고 생각할 수 있지. 여당이 사람들한테
한동훈 비대위원장에게 특검과 국조, 국민의 상식.
안 어울린다. 너무 어려 보여.
우리는 상식적인 많은 국민들을 대신해서 이재명 대표의 민주당 그 뒤에 숨어서 국민 위에 군림하려는 운동과 특권 세력과 싸울 겁니다. 용기와 힘심으로 반드시 이길 겁니다. 용기와 힘심으로 반드시.
운동권 세력은 뭐고 친일은 뭐야?
선진화국으로 가기 위한 또 하나의 과제는 원칙과 상식이 통하여 예측 가능성이 높은 사회, 약속과 책임을 존중하여 신뢰성이 높은 사회, 서로를 인정하는 규칙을 존중하는 대화와 대화의 문화를 통해서 통합력이 높은 사회를 만드는 것입니다. 우리 국민은 독재 권력을 20대 이어서 정경 유착, 안식과 국회와 같은 특권 구조를 이미 청산하고 보다 투명하고 공정한 사회를 위한 개혁에 착착 성공을 거두고 있습니다. 그러나 원칙과 신뢰, 통합과 같은 사회적 자본은 아직 낮은 수준에 머물러 있습니다. 독선과 독재의 시대가 남긴 불신과 대결, 불관용과 타도의 조각이 정치, 경제, 사회 곳곳에서 우리의 난목을 잡고 있습니다. 이제 이것도 뛰어넘어요. 그러자면 우리 민주주의를 한 단계 더 성숙한 민주주의로 발전시켜 나가야 합니다. 선진화국으로 가기 위한 또 하나의 과제는 원칙과 상식이 통하여 예측한
의대 지원 문제와 관련해 정부와 의사 측에서 강경한 태도를 협상 없이 지지부진한 상황에 대해 유시민 장관은 이렇게 일침했습니다. 대한민국에서 친구로 남들하고 대화할 정보를 두 집단 이거 이 사람은 정말 끝이 날 수가 없어 이거. 아니 그래도 장관까지 하신 분이 지금 관정만 하면 안 됩니다. 남들과 대화를 안 하는 두 집단을 싸우기 때문에 대화 기회줄 수가 없어요. 아 그렇습니까? 자기들끼리 끝을 봐.
따라서 수사기관이 무관 정보를 수집, 이용, 활용한다면 이는 헌법상 영장주의 위반이자 법률이고 징계 위반입니다. 그리고 또한 이 행위는 단순히 헌법 원칙 위반이 아니라 현행법상 범죄 행위에 해당합니다. 검사가 압수수색 허용된 권한을 초과하여 다른 사람의 개인정보를 이용하는 것. 다섯 번째, 거짓이나 그 밖의 부정한 수단이나 방법으로 개인정보를 취득하는 것. 여섯 번째, 직무상 알게 된 비밀을 직무상 목적 외에 사용한 자에 해당합니다. 이에 따라서 무관 정보를 수집하도록 하는 불법적인 대금 얘기를 창설한 윤석열 전 검찰총장. 이 얘기를 폐지해야 할 의무가 있음에도 불구하고 이를 그대로 존치시킨 김우수, 이원석 검찰총장을 직권남용죄와 개인정보 보호 위반죄로 구사법입니다. 그리고 불법적인 대금 얘기에 따라 뉴스버스 이진동 기자의 휴대폰 정보 정보를 디넷에 업로드하도록 한 강백신 서울중앙지검 반부패수사 1부장을 미 각지의 실행범, 강백신 검사처럼 불법 얘기에 따라 업로드할 것으로 추정되는 서울중앙지검 반부패수사부 소속의 성명불상 검사들, 그리고 이 업로드된 개인정보를 별건 수사나 언론 플레이에 활용하기 위해 조회할 것으로 추정되는 대검 범죄정보기획관 소속 검사들을 지난 금요일날에 고발했습니다. 이 고발에 대해서 검찰은 지난 금요일 대검과 서울중앙지검에서 각각 자신들의 범죄 행위를 부인하는 변명을 했습니다. 먼저 대검은 보도자료를 통해서 앞서 총장들이 원본과 같다는 점을 법정에서 검증하기 위해 DMS에 별도 수집하였고, 원한을 비호받은 사람에게는 접근하지 못하게 엄격한 통제가 이루어졌다. 그리고 2021년 1월 1일 개정된 대검 예규가 아니라 2019년 5월 20일 개정된 대부분 얘기했다는 것으로 유명하고 있습니다. 따라서 서울중앙지검 반드시 이게 됩니다.
최근 저를 보는 정치인들사이 공개적으로 주고받는 가정적인 정치를 보여 마치 누가 이기는지가 정부인 것처럼 보이는 대로 정치는 누가 이기는지 못지않게 왜 이겨야 하는지
그러니까
전혀 다른 우리가 왜 이겨야 하는지
가시소.
왜 이겨야 하는지
대통령실과 당이 특정 조건 수용 관련해서 뜻을 원하는 보도가 나왔는데요.
그 생각이 보이시고 자꾸 충성도 방법이라는 문장을 갖고 있습니다. 조직적 감정관계라는 것을 우리는 이해하지 않는 것이고 대통령 대통령실을 되는 것이고
국민이라고 나라 국민이지 맨날 국민이라는데.
전 그렇게 해요.
그러니까 공권력은 모독이 예의 없이 똑같이 적용될 때 국민들이 소비할 수 있어. 아 씨발. 눈싸움하러 왔는데. 눈싸움하러 왔는데. 전화에 정치 나와서 되게 싸움 재밌고. 정치가 뭔지 누가 정치인인지 모르고 관심도 없어. 나도 옛날에 왕년이었는데. 이건 좀 귀엽긴 하네. 어디 갔어?
유관감들과의 간단한 절인데 한 아기가 한동훈을 덕분에 안겼는데 그렇게 안경을 빼앗기도 했습니다. 아기는 지금 누군지 관심이 없고 이제 저 안경이 좀 쉽게 쓸 것 같은데 한동훈 위원장이 아기를 좀 능숙하게 또 이렇게 대한 모습이 달래는 모습이 화면을 또 잡고 많이 먹고 있어요. 유관감들과의
머리채를 잡았어. 하여튼 반응했지. 머리채를 잡았어. 헬로.
어떻습니까? 이만하면 저도 증명할 수 있겠죠? 근데 뭔가 약간 좀 쉽게 묶여지는 감이라. 참으세요. 이 앞에 당겨보세요. 오 진짜. 뭐지? 꽤 세게 하고 이거 이제 오토바이 타고 있는 거 맞죠? 바람이랑 그리고 이렇게
지금 진짜 안 풀려가.
걔는 안 되지. 이런 거 가지가지. 말도 안 돼.
의과대학교 교수협의 오늘 입장문을 내고 집단 사직서 제출 및 외래진료 취소 등을 예정대로 진행하겠다고 밝혔습니다. 입자의 겁박으로 사태를 두번 구출했습니다. 롯데 의료기관 밖에서 애도가 알리고 있습니다. 부산대학과에서
아, 저기 미친이야. 가짜지. 야, 맞아. 주장이야. 호이첼 호이첼 점수야.
사람에게는 접근하지 못하게 엄격한 통제가 이루어졌다. 그리고 2021년 1월 1일 개정된 대검 예고가 아니라 2019년 5월 20일 개정된 대검 예고에 따른 것이라고 해명하고 있습니다. 따라서 서울중앙지검 관계자는 이렇게 변명하겠습니다. 대검의 내부 기준과 법률 규정에 맞게 엄격하게 처리하고 있다. 라고 했습니다. 이에 대해서 구체적으로 감독을 하겠습니다. 먼저 대검 대검에서 검증하기 위해서 TV에서의 업로드에 따른 설명에서 부족하겠습니다. 검찰의 말은 TV에서 업로드한 사본으로 압수 증거물 원본의 독일성을 검증을 하겠다는 것입니다. 너무나 뻔뻔한 거짓말이라서 제가 뭐라고 이것을 반박할지 모르는데 어떻게 사본으로 원본의 독일성을 검증하는 것입니까? 그 사본이 원본과 같다는 점은 무엇으로 입증한 겁니까?
어디에 볼 수 있는 이력 테러리스트 집단도 진료해 주세요.
제가 17년간 법관 생활을 했지만 TV에서의 업로드된 사본으로 원본의 독일성을 두 번째로 똑같은 수사기관이지만 경찰이나 해경은 원본의 독일성을 검증한다는 비명하에 무관 정보를 전혀 수집하지 않고 있습니다. 경찰청 얘기와 해양경찰청 얘기를 보면 대검의 얘기와 그 내용이 나름이 다른 것을 알 수 있을 겁니다. 세 번째, 100번, 1000번 양보해서 원본의 독일성을 검증을 위해 무관 정보를 수집할 필요성이 있더라도 영장에 명시적으로 금지하는 데다가 이를 허용하는 법률 규정이 전혀 존재하지 않으므로 법치국가의 대한민국에서는 어떤 경우에도 무관 정보를 수집할 수 없습니다. 이것이 헌법상 영장주의고 법률과 원칙입니다. 그 다음 대검에서 변명한 두 번째 사유로 권한을 부여받은 사람 외에는 접근하지 못하고 엄격한 관리가 이룰 수 있다. 그래서 권한이 있는 윤석열 전 검찰총장과 한동훈 당무회의장 부장이 의식으로 불법하게 수집한 국민의 사생활의 당무 파일을 들여다본다는 것을 대우 것이었습니다. 앞서 말했듯이 헌법 편법상 무관 정보를 수집하려 활용하는 것은 범죄이고 그것을 들여다보고 세 번째, 2019년 5월 20일 대검 예비 때부터 불법 조작을 시작했다는 해명에 대해서는 국민 여러분께서 2019년 5월 20일 대검 예비와 2021년 1월 1일 개정된 대검 예비를 비교해 보시면 금방 알 수 있습니다. 개정된 예비 22조에서는 별건에 관한 자료를 수집하도록 했습니다. 무관 정보를 압수하도록 근거 규정을 두고 있고요. 36조를 신설을 해서 압수의
더워.
목록에 없는 그 정보조차도 전부 다 저장할 수 있도록 하고 있습니다. 대검의
조국 신당 대표가 선별성을 강조하며 윤석열 대통령과 정부 여당을 향해 연예를 강공을 이어가고 있습니다. 조국 신당은 어제 선대위를 공식 출범하고 조국 대표가 새로운 선대위원장을 맡았습니다. 선대위 명칭은 파란 불꽃 선대위로 정했습니다.
파란 불꽃은 우리 조국 신당의 상징입니다. 불꽃은 가장 뜨거워졌을 때 붉은색을 넘어 파란색을 띱니다. 파란 불꽃 선대위는 윤석열 검찰 독재 정권을 하얗게 태워버린 가장 뜨거운 파란 불꽃이라는 의미를 갖고 있습니다.
조국 대표는 대전시장 찜닭대회로 자리를 옮겨서도 공세를 이어갔습니다. 윤석열 정권은 좌파도 우파도 아닌 대파 때문에 망할 거라고
대파.
최근 윤석열 대통령이 하나로만
알았어, 시간 쓸게. 저 호빵 동네 바보야. 걔 때문에 인생 망하겠는데 진짜 무능하면서도 끈애보다 무능하고 이명박보다 더 사악하고 연수원보다 기괴하는.
조국 대표는 소셜미디어에서도 선명성을 더욱 드러내고 있습니다. 김건희 주가 조작, 윤석열 대파 조작, 한동훈 비원
뭐야 이 주가 조작, 윤석열 대파 조작, 한동훈 비원 조작.
검찰 문제 구속부를 하는
검찰 문제 구속부, 윤석열 특검, 김건희 특검, 한동훈 특검.
게시물을 연달아 올렸습니다.
이렇게 비밀번호. 피곤해. 피곤해.
보수 지지자들도 요즘 이런 말씀 좀 하세요. 이게 뭐냐면은 조국 대표가 별로 안 좋았다. 싫다. 근데 윤석열 정부가 비교를 해서 보니까 이 선거는 다 차악을 선택한다는 전제 위에 아니 국민들은 수사 자체를 안 받고 호주로 돈 가게 하고 서면조사 여기는 그냥 안 건다는 거예요. 그러니까 범죄 서명이 되니까 이건 뭐냐. 그래서 조국 대표는 어느 정도 너무 과잉 수사를 받아서 원래 형법의 원리가 본인이 진짜 큰 일처벌을 받는 게 미래의 원칙인데 사실 이 비례성 깨석가라는 것이 그럼 한쪽 편은 비례원칙 깨석가 택할 거라서 수사를 무리하게 했는데 그 주체라고 할 수 있는 윤석열 한쪽 경찰 라인들은 압수수색도 안 받아 햄버도 안 풀어 검찰 기자는 외국으로 보내 막 이런 게 나오니까 야, 이건 안 되겠다. 조국 대표가 가장 선명하게 새로운 인사도 뿌려가지고 삼시대를 지금 일으켰기 때문에 야 그럼 보수에서도 이번에
강남 보수들 자식들 면허대나 명문대 보낸 사람들 조국 정도 품맛이 안 하면 바꾸고 있냐? I like that.
운영관 수사 기소 재판이 계속되어 저도 실질 영향을 받았을 뿐만 아니라 저희 가족들도 다 유사한 상황에 처해졌거든요. 제가 제일 걱정했던 것은 제가 창당을 선언하고 정치에 참여한다고 했을 때 저게에는 수많은 상처가 있고 상처에 몸살몸이 있고 땀지도 안 나서 버틸 수 있던 더 많더라고요. 진리더라고 괜찮은데 혹시 저희 가족 애들 또 상처를 받지 않을까 또 공격을 받지 않을까 걱정을 했습니다. 그걸 안 하더라도 이상한 일이죠. 저희 가족들하고 가족 일을 했으니까 하는데 저희 자식들이 자기들이 버틸 수 있으니까 아빠 해야 될 일을 해라고 그렇게 하더라고요.
예. 그럼 10일, 4월 10일 무슨 날? 그건 그렇지만 해초리 때리는 예, 무슨 때 예. 친구이 됐네. 자, 일단 보겠습니다. 이제 먼저 밀고 어디 오시나?
성현필. 원밀 서브 됐네. 정말. 신일백 제출. 음신형이 뭐야? It's so boring. So fucking boring. 윤석열? 좀 잤다가 이제 가야 되거든, 이따가. 네 4시 30분에 일어나야 돼. I wanna sleep, bro. 피곤하다. I need some sleep.
다음에 수동적으로 손을 잡고 강제로 찍어버려. 찍는 순간 네, 안녕하십니까. 역사 스토리텔러서 김인사 드리겠습니다. 친일파한테 진짜가요. 친하나한테 진짜가 아닙니다. 우리가 양친, 김친한테 그 진짜예요. 무엇처럼 생각하나요? 친일파가 본격적으로 등장한 것은 1919년도 3월 1일 3일 만세 운동이거든요. 아시다시피 1910년도에 김정은 이후에 우리가 일본 국가를 뺏게 됐으니까 이른바 일본은 무장 통치였고요. 무력으로 깔아먹겠다. 선생도 군복 입고 칼 차고 일본도 차고 수업을 했어요. 얼마나 무섭겠습니까? 일본 수
씨발 지금 씨발 지금 새끼야. 지금
조선 가사를 무조건 깔아뭉개버리는 국민의 입자도 생각할 것이다. 근데 왜 이걸 무장 통치 9년 만에 나라가 들고 일어났습니까? 1919년 3월 3일 맞아요. 거기 일본이 이 나라는 무력으로 깔아뭉개는 통치가 아니었다라고 생각해요. 그러면서 1920년 다음 해부터 뭐 하냐면 이른바 문화 통치라고 합니다. 문화 통치 다 풀어줄 때 하고 싶은 게 하세요. 조선어 석가를 보고 조선어 신문 만들어도 되고 조선어 잡지 만들어도 되고
그때 만들어진 잡지가 우리가 소위 말하는 조선일보, 동아일보, 조선중앙일보, 그다음에 개벽이라는 한글 잡지 다 만들어졌어요. 조선노래 부르고 밖에서 조선어 쓰고 다 해요. 단지 통치나 우리가 뒤에서 조용하겠습니다. 그러다 보니까 슬슬 지식인들 사이에서 이런 생각을 하는 거예요. 어차피 뭐 일본 통치 왜 안 된다? 하도 많으냐? 어차피 뭐 대단히가 전중이지. 전중이고 이게 아니야. 현실 현실대로 받아들이자. 여러분 영화 암살 마지막에 이정재가 했던 말이고요. 이것은 그때 친일파들 느껴지기 전중인 거야.
난 그냥 이때 태어난 거야. 지금 눈앞에 보이는 걸 바꾸려고 해, 알겠지? It should go 12:01 p.m.
그게 음악이야. 현실대로 받아들이자. 그럼 영화 암살 마지막에 이정재가 했던 말이고요. 그것은 그때 친일파들 느꼈던 게 그거예요. 이일제 같은 경우에는 일본 정치를 강조하기 위해서 뭐냐면요. 우리나라 인프라를 굉장히 많이 건설해줬어요. 가로도 도와주고 전철도 놔주고 물론 5년 전이지만 조선 울산 공진회라고 해서 엄청나게 큰 박람회 방콕이 만들 수 있었어요. 그런데 박람회를 열고요. 일본이 만든 신기술 이거를 조선인들이 노리시키죠. 이거 보니까 일반 대선인 겁니다. 아니 정말 노렸지만 기술 괜찮다 일본 기술을 이거 중요한 거 아니야? 이시조선 밑에서 지나는 거 나가야 이거 이렇게 된 거예요. 그러면서 그럴 바에는 굳이 맞서 싸울 필요가 있냐? 현실을 있는 대로 이대로 살자. 라면서 그때부터 친일파가 등장한 거죠. 이대로 살자라고 한 사람도 많겠지만 이대로 살면 안 된다라고 했던 사람도 당연히 있었겠죠. 저 사람들 우리가 처단해야 된다 하면서 이걸 했었어요. 조선 내에서의 독립활동은 더 이상 거의 불가능했습니다. 안주, 중국 등등으로 이제 국경을 넘어서 해외에서 독립운동을 하기 시작했어요. 1905년에 우리가 일본에게 외교권을 빼앗기지 않습니까? 국가라는 거가 만들어지기 위해서는 국방, 행정, 외교 원리가 있어야 돼요. 외교권은 1905년도에 뺏겼어요. 우리가 일본에. 1907년도에 일본이 우리나라의 행정과 문권 뺏어갑니다. 문권 뺏어가는데 어떻게 하냐? 일단 행정권 같은 경우에는 장관은 한국 사람, 대한민국 사람으로 놓고 차관은 일본으로 다 앉혀버리는데 장관은 한까지 되게 차관들이 다 통치해요. 교묘하게 행정권을 해요. 국방부는 당시 이제 군대 해산시켜버립니다. 국방부 장관은 한국 사람이었어요. 그 국방부 장관이 친일파예요. 자, 우리 대한제국 군대들 오늘부터 해산합시다. 해산시켜. 그걸 순순히 받아들이냐? 완전 대한제국으로 일본에 의한 군대 해산부터 될 수 없다라고 하면서 우리를 다시 탈취한 다음에 일본 분들과 가장 서울에서 시간을 냅니다. 어디서 벌이냐? 남대문에서 벌이죠. 이것이 대한제국 수도 병서, 즉 서울시내에서 있었던 처음이자 마지막 시가죠. 거기서 치열하게 일본들과 교전을 벌이지만 대한제국은 일본들을 보여주고 있었냐? 기관총이 있었어요. 이 기관총을 남대문에 거치요. 모든 전투에서 제일 중요한 건 고지를 점령합니다. 당시 한국에서 제일 높았던 건축물은 남대문이 제일 높았어요. 그 남대문 위에 기관총을 거치한 다음에 아래를 거쳐서 기관총을 달려오니까 대한제국이 버티지 못했고요. 그래가지고 후방으로 빠지고 작전상 포기를 한 다음에 서울 외곽지에 있던 의병들과 손을 잡습니다. 그때부터는 의병이 아니에요. 정식으로 훈련받은 정규군 예강 지휘군 의병과 항해라고 하지 않습니까? 그때부터는 의병이라고 부르지 않고 광복군이라고 부릅니다. 미스터 선샤인에서 그 고증을 잘했는데 의병들이 총 들고 있는 사진 보시면요, 다 농민 복장을 하고 있는데 한 사람만 검은색 군복을 입고 있어요. 그 사람이 누구냐? 정식 대한직업 군인 한 명. 그 사진을 누가 찍었냐면요, 영국 신문 기자가 찍었어요.
그만 쉬자. 오늘 한 번 안 오면 그래서 많이 안 바꿔. 똑같은 것만 해. 이거는 첫째 건 먼저 찍는 건데 수치였던 거. 추워. 추워. 추워.